SBOE Junior Building. However, in-person attendance is limited to members and staff of the board. The working session is being streamed live on the State Board's YouTube page for members of the public to attend. The State Board will continue to hold its working sessions and public meetings in person. Please visit SBOE.dc.gov to learn more about how to submit and or present testimony at a meeting of the State Board. Before we proceed with our agenda, I would first like to take a moment of silence to acknowledge the fatal shooting of an unarmed 13-year-old Black middle school student. Karan Blake should be alive and with us today. Right, thank you for that. The roll will now be called to determine the presence of a quorum. Executive Director Butler, please call the roll.
Representative Bernstein.
Present.
Representative Berger.
Present.
Representative Wages. Representative Washington. Representative Williams. Representative Chang. Representative Goulet.
Here.
Representative O'Leary.
Here.
Representative Henderson.
Present.
Representative Beck.
Present.
Representative Costa.
Present.
Representative Reed. Representative Patterson.
Returning and new, welcome members to our January 11th working session, the first official meeting of this iteration of the DC State Board of Education. As Vice President, I'm the only remaining member of the elected leadership team, so I'm going to provide a short update on our behalf. We have a couple upcoming leadership meetings. One will be January 26th. That'll be with DC Council Chairman Mendelson. February 13th. So I guess right before Valentine's Day, we'll have one with Ossie and Dr. Grant. We are currently in the process of scheduling our recurrent meeting with the DME, DCPS, and PCSB will also be added to that list. And those will all happen, everything following that list will happen once the new leadership of the State Board has been selected. For the public, last Wednesday, that would have been January 4th, we did have our first ever new member orientation meeting. Not sure what's happening. Executive Director Butler held a successful new member orientation, and we thank her and all of our staff for their efforts organizing this initial onboarding. Thank you. That's pretty much it because we're only, 11 days into the year. Do any members have questions about the leadership report? That's probably the first and last time that will happen. I am now pleased to turn to our Executive Director, Bernice, for her report.
Representative Thompson. Good evening, members of the DC State Board of Education. My report tonight will consist of two main sections, updates and reminders, and my focus for the rest of 2023. First, in terms of updates, an SBO member survey was shared via email alongside a digital copy of all the orientation materials and are available earlier today. Representative Reed and Chang hard copies are available for you today, and Representative Bernstein, Washington, Wages, and Berger hard copies will be made available to you by the next working session. We're sorry, the printer stopped working. So. With that, next, there are 20 days left to submit public comment on the draft social studies standards. Please ensure you are informing the constituents in your board and social network about this important opportunity to provide input. Next, my conversations with SBOE staff, board members, and partners have shaped how I would like to spend my time over the next year. And it really falls into three main areas. First, building the internal capacity of the SBOE team. The agency has grown since its inception, and I want to ensure we are positioned fully to execute our current set of responsibilities and to create a plan to fill gaps that exist. We are currently scheduling interviews for an administrative and operations fellow to join us from one of the local universities to help out with our operational capacities And I am currently reviewing job responsibilities and position treatments of our current central office team to align them with our current duties and needs going forward. Second area of focus would be enhancing the board infrastructure and support. This work really includes creating a set of SOPs, standard operating procedures for board members, and creating a board member support portal that includes digital training, resources, and opportunities for our board members to both learn skills at the leadership level and at the hard skill level, including project management, meeting facilitation, and other opportunities. And we want to ensure that those opportunities not only exist to our elected board members, but also to our student representative members and the student advisory committee. Lastly, I will focus my time on strengthening and establishing and reestablishing relationships with stakeholders across the DC education ecosystem. The DC education landscape is complex, but deeply rooted in relationship, and there must be an intentional focus to move beyond transactional engagements to sincere, trusting partnership. With that said, I have my work cut out for me, because in addition to all those things, we must also hold our regular business and working. So I'm excited about this challenge, and I look forward to working alongside each of you and to support you in your ward work and see how my team can be most helpful. With that, Representative Thompson, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. I am now, I should say first, do any members have questions about Executive Director Butler's reports? Okay, perfect. I'm going to take that as silence is crystal clear. I am now pleased to turn over the next 50 minutes of our meeting to Deputy Mayor for Education, Paul Kynes, and his team. They have joined us this afternoon to present on the district's master facilities plan, also known as MFP, and boundary and student assignment study. We are grateful for the Deputy Mayor's work and his partnership in this area, especially as the state board is working on initiatives related to safe and healthy school facilities, which we will hear more from our state board staff about later. The last master facilities plan was submitted in 2018, and currently the Deputy Mayor and his team are working on a new 5 to 10 year plan. On the boundary and student assignment study, the last one occurred in 2014. And it is my understanding that an updated study is being worked on currently alongside the MFP. I will now turn over to Deputy Mayor Cox for more detailed information on the scope of these two products, their goals, and how the state board can provide value.
Thank you, former Vice President Thompson.
I'm still the
Vice President Thompson, for that warm introduction, and thank you all for inviting me and members of my team here. We have 15 minutes on the schedule. I will apologize in advance. I will be stepping out precisely at 4:30. My team is available to stay long beyond that if the conversation is trending that way, and I'm available for any follow-up. So please do reach out if I have gone, but you need to talk to me about any of these issues. We are extremely enthusiastic in my office about 3 very important studies that we're going to be conducting over the course of this year, each of which has been legislated by council and each of which has been fully funded. We will talk about 2 of them today, but I'll mention the third as well. So in the first instance, we are redoing our master facilities plan, which is the way in which we as a city will collectively come to understand our physical footprint and its highest and best use. So the MFP focuses on buildings and building usage, building utilization, and we will together work on ensuring highest and best use of our physical buildings. The second study we'll share with you this evening in some detail is the school boundary and feeder pattern study. This is very specific, mostly to DCPS, and it asks the question whether or not our attendance zone boundaries are drawn in precisely the right ways, whether we have the right balance of enrollment among schools, whether our feeder patterns work in the best interest of families. And also we have the opportunity in that study, as we'll get into, to ask questions about how our attendance zones and feeder patterns can provide the most equitable access to quality schools. So there's some policy implications there. The third study, which we won't talk about in any detail this evening, but I'll name, is of course the adequacy study. And that is about funding. That's about how we can ensure that our public school finance and the formula that we have that drives funding equitably into schools is designed in the best possible way to serve the interests of our students and to meet their needs. We have committed, we've been tasked by the mayor, and we've committed to deeply engage community in all aspects of all three studies. We'll talk about the specifics of the forums that we're setting up to do that. And I want to introduce each member of my team that will help drive that. We plan on actively engaging the state board as an entity throughout the process. We committed to do that with President Sutter and Vice President Thompson over discussions we had last year. So we think of this as the first of many conversations with this group, along with many, many other groups across the city. Let me take a second to introduce you to Deandra Brooks, who's here from my team. She is DME's relatively brand new community ambassador. Her job is to live and breathe and be in community to ensure that we are active listeners, as well as conveying information and getting feedback on ideas and policies that we are considering. So Deandra should be a really strong resource for members of the community. I'm joined by Jen Comey, familiar to many of you, who will be taking the lead on, in particular, the Master Facilities Plan study, will be leading our presentation today. Jen actually led this work in its prior incarnations as well, and will be a strong ally for many of you. We're also joined by Rebecca Lee, who is taking the lead on my team on the boundary study. So these folks will be great resources to each of you. With that, let me turn it over to Jen and Rebecca to deliver a bit of a presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Kine. Thank you, and thank you for welcoming us tonight, this afternoon. We have a deck that I'm going to use as sort of a touch base as we go through. I'm going to, we don't have a ton of time, and it is a robust set of information so that you have that and you can always follow up with more information, but I am going to use this to guide the conversation. So as Deputy Mayor Khan said, we are working on both the MFP, the Master Facilities Plan, and the Boundary and Student Assignment Studies at the same time. There is an overarching vision that guides all of this work, which is to make sure that our school planning efforts support a core system of high quality neighborhood schools of right, complemented by high quality citywide public school options. And so that citywide public school options there, we are referring to both our public charter schools, as well as our citywide DCPS schools, our selective schools, and other opportunities that students have to choose public school outside of their neighborhood boundary. So the context of the plan, I think Vice President Thompson touched on it already, but we have, this is an update to what we had done in 2018. Many of the items are prescripted in the legislation, which we're happy to do a follow-up on what those things are. But we have 3 goals that I'll cover in a minute. It is working concurrently with the Boundary and Student Assignment Study. There's a lot of information from the MFPs that will help inform our policies and recommendations around the shorthand boundary study. Edscape, hopefully you are all aware of, and if not, we are happy to come back at any time to do a presentation about our school planning platform, but our information will be fed into Edscape. And as Vice President Thompson said, this is all going to result in a 5- and 10-year plan that is due by the end of September, so by the end of the fiscal year. There are 3 goals for MFP to make sure our schools are efficiently utilized, make sure every student is a modern state-of-the-art facility, and make sure every student's daily experience is in a well-maintained facility. And so that 3rd goal is slightly more focused this time around. So this is looking at sort of the daily experiences. We know this has been a big topic, and this is very important for us to tackle in this MFP. Here's some sample elements that we're going to cover in the MFP. We're very excited about our overhaul of the programmatic facility capacities. So for those of you that are into the school planning and facility world, that is the number that LEAs develop to decide how many students they can, the maximum they can fit to meet their program needs in their school, in their building. So it's different from certificate of occupancy. It is different than an enrollment projection. It is assumptions that a school makes that the boundary of the facility can manage. And we're going to do a process to really overhaul the process of doing those capacities. We're very excited about that. We're going to be working on future enrollment and utilization trends. We had last done those in 2019, where we did 5- and 10-year forecasts that are school specific. We're going to refresh that again going forward. And there's going to be presumably a whole slew of recommendations. There's some examples we have here where more capacity may be needed, where co-location or educational programming can be co-located in buildings, where there could be potential boundary or feeder modifications, so that it gets pinged over to the boundary group. And then sort of system level, so sort of high level maintenance operations recommendations, right? As we're thinking about how our buildings are lived. As Deputy Mayor Kine said, there's many opportunities for community feedback. We're very excited about this. We're having engagement meetings at 3 points in time: launch, during the landscape analysis, and then during draft recommendations. We're going to have very intentional engagement around the revised programmatic capacities. And then we're going to have sort of continuing feedback loops that we'll have. We'll attend meetings, we'll have online, we'll go to sort of the stakeholder meetings that are regularly scheduled to present and give updates with their feedback. The status is essentially we're getting ready to launch. That's really what you need to know. We should be starting next week, presumably, and if not, definitely the week after. So we're excited. We've got a lot to do.
And then why don't you share the number of engagements and discussions you've already had, just to give a sense of the work that's already gone on?
It's been 20 plus. We've done a lot in November and December where we have gone to, in fact, I think I have gotten to see some other members at some of the meetings that we have had to attend. So it's been about 20 plus over the last couple of months of going out and making sure that folks are aware, and then we can start getting feedback. Okay. All right. So I'm a little bit whirlwind. I apologize. I'm going to jump into the boundary and student assignment study real quick. The context, again, as has been mentioned, is legislated. So last time we did it was 2013, 2014. Someone in this room were there. And so we're modeling on a very similar process, which we think was very successful. And so we want to use a lot of that framework again. Again, it's building on information from the MFP, resulting in a final report of recommendations in December. So we have a few months after the MFP to release the final recommendations. And again, this is all going to get fed into our annual Edscape. And so that's part of our ongoing, right? Not just every 5 to 10 years we do these big plans. The idea is that the DME and our team is working on this annually. 3 goals of the boundary study, as Deputy Mayor Kine mentioned: clear assignment to schools of right, adequate capacity in those schools of right, meaning that there's a balance, right, between our different feeder patterns. And then equitable access to high quality public schools. So that's around more of the policies, as opposed to just you live in X geography or you go to X school where you get to go next. So we can talk a little bit about that. Some sample elements. We need to develop boundaries for Foxhall and what we're calling Euclid Street Middle School. So some of you might be familiar with the Shaw Middle School, right? That is opening in 28-29. That needs a clear boundary. As opposed to a default boundary of assuming what it might be. And then potentially other locations, right, throughout the city that we have identified through the master facilities plan and in working with the boundary group. Again, balancing geographic and programmatic feeder patterns. I think programmatic feeder patterns, we're going to have more capacity to be able to focus on this time around. The language is something that is certainly of interest to many families. Identifying pre-K3 and pre-K4 early childhood opportunities. And also addressing equity and diversity in our schools. So just a few things. Again, very similar set of community input and feedback. There's a series of town hall meetings like before, so over 3 points in time, and all call, have everyone get engaged and give feedback. There's also, particular to this study, is an advisory committee. So this is going to be a 20+ member advisory committee consisting of some district agency reps, but mostly families, school, parent or family members of public school students, to give their feedback from their own school community's perspectives. And this time around, we are weighting roughly the number of seats that the different wards have based on our public school population. In addition, we'll be doing a lot of boundary engagement. So any particular boundaries that we're focusing on and creating recommendations to draw, we will be doing explicit engagement with those school communities, and of course, a constant feedback. This is going to be a year-long, very intensive project. Again, what you need to know is we're starting essentially very soon. We're just waiting to sign off on. We are both, I didn't mention in the beginning, we are getting contracted contractors. We had a solicitation out, and we're doing the final stages. Our Office of Contracts and Procurement are doing the final stages of selecting the contractors to help support us in this effort. So we are not doing this alone. Okay, that was a little bit of a whirlwind. We have our contact information. You all have Deputy Mayor Kyne's contact information, and I think you guys tell us how much time for questions. 8 minutes. Ooh, that's pretty good.
I guess I'll start with just leaving that. Is the contract for gonna be the same for both studies?
So we'll be able to tell them very soon. We haven't released anything yet, so I will loop back with you guys explicitly as soon as OCP, it's their call, and so we just need to just give you one more week. Well, okay, yes.
Okay, 1 week.
It's gonna look good already.
So school overcrowding is the number one issue for parents in Ward 3. I mean, we have half the number of public schools as many wards do. Will this boundary study, I saw the pre-K 3 on 4 in there, will it have by right pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 for all of our schools as something that we will get done through this boundary study?
I mean, I think I'll answer. It is a list of menu options that I think we need to discuss with our advisory committee as we consider this. So I think it is something that is pre-K through pre-K 4, we know is very important to our school communities, whether it's by right. I don't have an answer for that right now, but I think it's something that we're, that's very important. We understand it. And we understand that some schools don't have, right? Particularly Ward 3.
So, I mean, Ward 3 is the only ward that doesn't have any pre-K 3 in the city. And, it's the number one priority for us. And, we're particularly concerned because we've heard talk now, we saw the mayor's presentation about adding new housing to Ward 3, which we support, but the schools are full. They're over capacity right now. So we're looking for that MFP. And then the other thing that we just want to flag for you again is the Whittle School is of top interest. It's really the only major solution for solving the issue at Deal right now, which is, upwards of about 140%, I think, capacity. So it's, if you can give us, continuous update on the Whittle School and seek that, that would be really important for the residents of Ward 3.
Sounds good. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, I will just mention, we are visiting next week, taking a tour based on feedback that we've got about that school. So we'll have more information about it.
Can members of the state board join you?
So I'm gonna make sure, I'm also, I got Lee in the queue. I have Representative Bertha in the queue. I have Representative O'Leary in the queue. I know Representative Henderson wants to be in the queue. I'm of course gonna get in the queue. So I heard the question, can members join? And then Representative Boulay, if you want to get back in the queue, I would reverse. Free to answer.
Can members join? I don't know. Why don't we follow up directly? We'll see if that works to schedule.
Representative Bertha.
I have 2 brief questions. Slide 4, section 3, about well-maintained facilities. Is there any DC departments that you're planning on or hoping to collaborate with in this area? The slide right before that. Or I lied. The slide 2 slides after that one. Yeah, that one. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, section 3.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. That's a great question. Yeah, so obviously DCPS is a huge partner in all of this, right? Obviously, and the Department of General Services is obviously another one as well. Office of Planning, we work very closely with, right? We need to understand our trends going forward in population. So those are some right off the top of my head. Are you thinking of other ones?
No, I was just wondering. And then
Yeah.
my second question, which I think the answer is yes, but I'll just clarify. Especially for boundary studies, they're going to use like predictive models of what population will look like in a few years. Okay.
Yes, so I'm glad you brought that up. That we're very interested in that. The Office of Planning is providing that expertise in providing it. So we are working very closely with them on that.
Okay, thank you.
I wish the census had delivered some of their, I wish the pandemic hadn't happened. And then I wish that the Census Bureau had provided some of their data a little bit earlier. Everything is very behind. And so there is a bit of a struggle around timing. I'm going to name that right now. We'll get into it more later, but yes, that is very important. And I want to lean on our partners, our demography partners to help provide that.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think Representative O'Leary is next.
I have a question about, when we talk about well-maintained facilities, most of the schools in Ward 4 have been remodeled. But we have 3 schools that haven't been remodeled.
Yeah.
And Whittier, and I know that Deputy Mayor knows, is not a well-maintained facility. It's not state of the art. It's the other thing was safe. It's not safe. And is there anything that can be done with this facility plan to make sure that the students and parents and teachers will be able to have their children go to a school waiting on 5 years from now when the school's going to be remodeled?
I think I'll just jump in. I think the way to think about the study is a set of recommendations, some of which will be school specific and some of which will be system specific. So in other words, our goal is to figure out how we can do a better job ensuring that all schools are well maintained. Because we believe, like you do,
Yeah.
that kids need to go to high functioning, well maintained, healthy facilities. And so part of what we're excited about in this study is to figure out, in some cases at the individual school level, but also the system, how we can ensure that the schools are maintained in the way that we want them to be. So the study will deliver recommendations, if that makes sense, not necessarily solutions or budget solutions for specific schools.
Two questions. I think you're starting to answer this. What happens with this at the end? It's recommendations, it's not binding on anyone. And then how will this MFP differ from the previous one?
Very good questions. So set of recommendations, and actually it's really one of the first things that we do with the boundaries too. It's also a set of recommendations. There's always a follow-up of then implementation, right? So then we decide, right, they're presented and then to the executive, and then there's decisions made. Some of it is budgetary, right? And some is process and implementation. So then there's a whittling down of what then gets adopted and when. So I forget who I was talking, we were talking to the other day, there's a question about timing. So when will we see the results, right? Which is a great question. This is a very big piece of work that will then set the stage to then do the implementation. So none of this would be terribly fast, right? And that's just the reality of it. So I think that the next step is then working with everyone to figure out the priorities and the timing and implementation. So that's one. I don't know if to that. And then house is different. That's the second question. House is different. I believe it this way, one of the goals are slightly different, so the maintenance is different. The other two are very similar to what we had before. I think we're going to have, we are going to have recommendations that are more targeted, I would say, than last time. I think last time we had a really robust set of information and analysis, and a bunch of it hadn't been done before. That was the first time we had done 5 and 10 year enrollment projections, for example. So I think this is going to give us, as we're building on this, and we have been able to do 4 more years of work and analysis in order to be able to build 2 more recommendations that are hopefully a bit more actionable.
Okay, so I know, Representative Williams wants to get back in the queue. I don't think Representative Best has asked a question. And he's the only one. We're doing pretty okay on time. I'm gonna thank Representative. We've elected you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kyle, for joining us. My question, I know you outlined the goals for the MFP. I can't remember for the boundary study, are there specific, like almost like a driving set of values, principles, that or guidance you're going to give to the is it a video test this go around committee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would like guide some of these decisions.
I think the way to think about it is we're going to start with what we had last time, and let's decide if it is revised. So yes, we need them. We have not come out saying this is what it is, right? But I think we should start with what we had and see what needs to be revised. That's gonna be one of our first things that we have to do.
Okay, I asked that because I recognize that there's always a tug and pull.
Yes, there's tensions.
Against like what happens in different parts of the city.
Yes.
And I was on this last time. And I do worry about just like some of the like the tensions it creates when you talk about under enrollment, some places, over enrollment, other places. How do we think about things like diversity? What are the consequences of some of those we set for ourselves? And so I know in particular, like we're concerned and we're setting about like stronger feeder patterns. But that would also have some implications for probably other places that there's never.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think one of the things as we are with the advisory committee, the goal is for the individuals to represent their school communities. But we have to think in a citywide context, right? I mean, we just have to. it is not they are not easy decisions.
Not gonna ask a whole bunch of questions. I'm gonna go to Representative Best. I'm gonna go to Representative Williams again. I'm gonna go to Representative Boulay. Anyone else want to get back in the queue? Henderson, okay.
I love that there are 3 points of engagement throughout for both of these plans. But how are we actually ensuring that the feedback and input from community is actually included? Like, is there a space where we're actually sharing, like, this is what we heard, or this is our plan prior to those meetings, and this is where we are now?
Yeah, that's a very good point. The way we, certainly the way we want to structure it very similar to how it was before. So in round two last time was like, here's some proposals, right? Here's some ways that we can go about tackling this. And got lots of feedback from those different town halls and different meetings. And then the next time we came back, we're like, okay, we put this one away because they're really across the city with very little interest in X. So let's focus on Y. So there is going to be some amount of feedback loop. We did get some feedback from a group the other day, a stakeholder group, that was saying the advisory committee's meetings are going to be public, right? They're going to be monthly and probably a few extra times. And I imagine there's going to be a blurry at the end to make sure that we can wrap up. And so everyone is welcome to follow along with those. All of those materials will be up, all the information and all the rest of it will be up on our website. With that said, the onus is not on an individual to then track across, 10 meetings or 12 meetings to figure out how we're doing. So there is going to be on us to make sure that we are doing feedback on what we heard. So I think that is, we have planned to do it already, but I think we need to make some way very explicit to explain things, because unless you're inside dealing with the day-to-day, sometimes it's not as clear on why things work.
So sorry for just adding to it. Do you think like there could be like a central place where people could go like online, like to see what the updates are?
Sure. Yeah. I think that's fine. And the advisory committee, it's a very important group that helps drive all of this, right? So also connecting with the advisory members as well as staff, us. Always possible.
I do recommend both of those things. I believe it was Representative Williams, Representative Boulay, and then Representative Henderson. Please keep me honest. That includes Executive Director Butler. Keep me honest on that.
Yes, I have 2 additional questions. One's on a similar topic to Representative Best. So in terms of just like collaboration with the state board or the touch points, like what do you think that could best look like, both with like the board as a whole or with individual members?
Yep.
And then secondly, with regards to the master facilities plan, in the previous one, there was some contention about the level of specificity with regards to the recommendations. And so what are your current thinking about whether or not there will be specific recommendations based on enrollment or any other factor as to where schools we don't need more schools and then where we do need more schools?
So to answer your last question first, I think we want to use this as a planning document, right? So that it is very clear on where we are going then for the next 5 to 10 years. So I do want it to be very specific, right? To this area of the city, this grade level, this, all that sort of stuff. I think we can be, and I think we should be very clear and specific. I think what Deputy Mayor Kine was pointing to is, I don't think we're going to get into school X's maintenance plan needs to be X, Y, and Z. Like, I don't think we're going to get to that level of specificity with, 115 DCPS schools. But I do think there will be, in that way, these we see challenges with X, and therefore processes like this could be implemented to help improve. That's what I think to Representative O'Leary's point, the modernization schedule, all right, that modernization is going to be a whole chapter, right, that we are focusing on to understand both the state of our modernizations, right, because we've done a bunch of full mods. We have a number to still go, which are included in the PACE schedule, right? So we'll be looking at both PACE, we can bring some understanding with that. We'll get feedback from folks. We've definitely talked to a lot of people from the Whittier community about the PACE algorithm. So anyhow, there's going to be, I think there's recommendations there that are a little bit more system level. So it's a little bit of both. Does that make sense? It's a little bit. It's not going to be this school needs this improvement at this field, for example,
I
right?
guess to be more specific, though, do you anticipate recommending that any schools should be closed?
There's no right now. We have no intention to talk about school. That was a different question. though, than you asked. I didn't know that's what you meant.
And then the follow-up was the collaboration with the.
Oh, state board, yeah. I think I think it helps to come to standing meetings. We can decide, I think on your schedule, we're gonna be doing a lot of meetings. So I think whatever makes sense, happy to come back.
Yeah, I should also note, so one, thank you all for coming to the working session today, and so if this format works, it's a good opportunity to have some back and forth and get some regular updates. Second, Jen is actually serving also on our Healthy Schools Facilities Network. She is the representative for DMV for a reason, both because she's incredibly knowledgeable and those processes parallel of the work we're hoping to do. So there are a lot of opportunities for connection and input. Executive Director Butler did tell me that in real life, we're already over time. I'm gonna finish the rest of the queue. And then I actually have one probably final question, and then I think we'll be ready for Austin. We'll work towards the ready for Austin part. I believe I said, keep me honest. Yes.
So quickly, you're aware of the issues with Stoddard and with Hardy Park. People are concerned about losing green space.
Mhm.
So hopefully, I'm just encouraging you to really reach out directly to that community and hear from them, because even parents with school-age children have huge concerns about losing a park and green space. And we really would like to have that outreach. The question, though, is actually something slightly different. The council just passed legislation which has kind of, I like a formulaic approach to try to how to set budgets. The mayor has the budget model. I mean, the schools in Ward 3 are really just concerned about making sure that one-time funding that was there to support them last year and their teachers is replaced with either new one-time funding or preferably recurring funding in the next budget. So how do you balance what has been adopted by the council versus your budget model, and how will all that sync up for the next budget process?
So I'm gonna answer very high level, which one is, I am not the best person to answer on the budget. Number one, so that's, I should be very clear. I think for the MFP in particular, capital funding is just different, right? And so from my perspective,
I thought you did all budget for them, just capital side? Okay.
I don't do any budget for them at all, let's just be
Okay.
clear, but in a planning perspective,
Okay.
yes. Yeah, so,
Okay.
so operating, we are not, now with the adequacy study and other sort of pieces that Deputy Mayor Kine mentioned, and there are other people on our team that do work very close to that, so I don't wanna,
Who'd be the best one to talk to about that process? How that'll work?
nice lady back in the corner.
Okay.
Claire
All
Beck.
right, great. I'll catch you.
Yes.
after.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, yeah, she's our director of legislative and governmental affairs.
All right, fantastic.
Since there are literally several different processes happening at the same time, we can also have a separate about because we have the adequacy study and what is it, UPSFF,
Oh, you do have a working group, yeah,
and those things are more closely related, so we prepare things purposefully.
yes, please don't ask me these tough questions about either one.
No worries, we want to ask the right people the right questions. Did I miss anyone? Yes, thank you.
One big question, one smaller question. You've got 3 specific goals for the MFP.
Yep.
Like, how do those mesh with the vision, the broader vision of the DME? And then the more specific question, what's the relationship between ward boundaries and school boundaries? Remind me, I don't.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, let me start with the last one,
Yeah.
the second one is a little bit easier. They're not the same, and school boundaries don't change every 10 years associated with population, right? It's a separate process. So, for example, we were just looking at one, Payne Elementary School, now is divided, its boundaries divided between 6 and 7, right? Because of the pushing over into the Hillcrest neighborhood. So, there's no direct one-to-one. I do think the idea, though, is the same, that we want to take for a population redraw to consider population changes, right? But it's also enrollment changes too. So loosely, not really. Does that help? I don't know if that's good. I don't feel like I have like a tight answer on that one, but.
That helps.
Yeah, okay. And then the first one is the goal. Say it again.
How do those goals mesh with
Oh, our vision.
the vision?
Yeah. So
Because they seem different.
the vision that we stated on number 1. or the first.
Yeah, the vision about neighborhood
Citywide
schools,
and
yeah.
schools of
Mhm.
choice.
Yeah.
I mean, I think to me, that overarching vision is recognizing that we have a very robust system that consists of both of those types of schools very broadly. And that's what we're essentially driving towards, right? So there's that, if we live in a certain county where you simply went to school where you live, right? The planning process would be different than what we're trying to undertake here. So to me, this is sort of a complementary set that then is understanding sort of that, the facility aspect. So the utilization, right, sort of takes into account to make sure that we have the under enrollment, right, is an issue in some part of our city, and how we're going to think about how to make sure that we have robust schools at the same time.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking of how they relate to each other. So like the state of our facilities has impact on enrollment.
Yeah.
And like
We can work on making. that
chronology
tighter.
and how they affect each other
Yeah.
is concerning.
I mean, I think these are two like discrete planning efforts that are taking into account facility, how the facilities are doing, and making sure that our students and our staff are in great spaces. And then, right, our boundaries, just making sure it's aligned and our policies are equitable. So I think we just need to work a little bit on that through line. I appreciate the flag.
Thank you.
All right. The last call. All right, I have a question. I was at last night after the civic association meeting. I told y'all my time was trash. I was at the civic association meeting and I was asked, why should people care about the boundary and the assignment study? I don't know if you all have been asked that on like, why should people care? But are there, as we engage with districts, what are the things that you want to make sure people know as far as like why this is important?
Yeah.
And what is, what this process will do?
Yeah. I mean, that's a good, I don't think we've been asked that question in that way, which is actually interesting. We call this like really a working session where like, this is really, working session. And I think it goes back to a little bit of what Representative Henderson was saying. There's just some, and I think this is why Councilmember Henderson legislated it. There's just good housekeeping that one has to do to make sure that things make sense, right? So if we just let patterns play out without any sense of trying to manage. So I think there's just good housekeeping, one. And then I think sort of tackling some of these questions that we didn't have a chance to tackle in 2014, like early childcare, right? Dual language feeder patterns, right? There's ways to really, I think, help improve our system for our families that haven't been explicitly tackled before. It's certainly not in a comprehensive way. So I think a number of those things are real opportunities. I mean, we're excited about them. And so I think that's why families should care. I mean, one, they just understand where their right is to go to school. That's the most basic. But I think it's those other additional policies that I think are exciting.
I'll run my answer later and see if it needs to know. My other question is, we haven't talked a lot about charters.
Yeah.
In this process. And what progress. Yeah, good. But we haven't talked a lot about charters yet in this process.
Yeah.
And like, I think of them as the assignment portion.
Or
Could you kind of like
Yeah, that's a good question too. Yeah.
double click on like what?
Where charters fit?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So many of our kids are in charter.
Yep, half our kids on charters. So both studies incorporate charter schools and charter students. There is, for the master facilities plan, right, there is a slightly different relationship with facilities, not slightly, there's a different relationship that we have with our public charter facilities. However, there's the same information that we're collecting and reporting on. So they are part of the both certainly planning process of understanding where they're going and what they're doing. We want to make sure that those students are also in well-maintained, right, fully operational buildings. So they're both included. With the boundary study, we are having a few charter LEAs sit on the advisory committee, which is great. And I think in particular, they will be able to give very helpful feedback on those assignment policies. So let's say we start looking at lottery practices like we did last time, we might look at it again. We will be able to have charter representatives provide feedback on that, as well as some of our family members, right? Very likely we'll have students in the charter sector as well, since we know a lot of families have kids in both. So charters play a role in both. I do think the boundary part, that sort of by right part is clearly the DCPS wheelhouse. But all the assignment policies that we start thinking about, that's where the charter sector included.
Thank you. I think that is like perfectly over time. It gives us enough time to think with policy, moving forward.
I appreciate it. These are good questions. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I don't know if they're standing outside.
I'll go.
Thanks. Good to see you.
Yeah.
No, without.
I said you leave us in that, if they got tomatoes left.
My name is spelled right.
Or the folks on the phone.
There, I know at least one. I'm pretty sure we're gonna-
They move.
Oh.
We're at 11, so.
I think that's a chance even more than one. It's just that. We're here.
All right. Everybody. Assuming we're I am actually now pleased to turn over 15 more minutes already. So these next 15 minutes will be for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, who will present and obtain feedback on amending the health education standards to comply with the Expanding Access to Period Products Act of 2022. The DC Health Education Standards were last approved by the State Board in 2015. In March 2022, the DC Council passed the Expanding Student Access to Period Products Act of 2022, which requires OSCE to develop health education standards on menstrual education for all students regardless of gender, beginning in grade 4, and ask the State Board to approve that. I will now turn to Assistant Superintendent Brumstead, Mr. Tooley, and Mr. Fall to provide additional background information, describe the menstrual health standards addendum, and share next steps and aid time.
Well, it is good to be with the new board tonight. Congratulations on joining the State Board of Education and continuing your long record of public service to the residents of Washington, D.C. I'm Justin Jubilee. I'm the chief of staff for the Office of the State Board of Education. I'm here with many faces that you will see on a regular basis as we do the work that we are mandated to do together. A few things. Dr. Grant is looking forward to meeting with each of you. I think you've got some correspondence from her along with maybe an orientation guide from our team that sort of directs you to different resources that you may be interested in as you sort of fulfill your statutory responsibilities. Tonight, we're going to do some work on one of those statutory responsibilities, which is the approval of statewide academic standards. We're going to talk about health standards, particularly around menstruation. That we need to the health and wellness. We are also in the middle of robust public engagement on social studies, which will be an area that in the upcoming months, this body will take action on. We will come and we will present what we are hearing in our public feedback with our residents about our social studies revision process, which has been ongoing for the previous configuration board, and we will move forward on action. This configuration. Dr. Grant will be with you at your next public meeting, which I think is next week. She will provide some remarks about upcoming business that we anticipate with the board. And again, please respond to our lovely executive assistant, Aisha Hayes, to set up those meetings, because Dr. Grant is very excited to meet all of you all and hear about your. So I'm going to turn it to one of our newest members of our leadership team, who is one of the silent heroes of our pandemic period. This is Assistant Superintendent Tia Winstead. She's here with our team on the Division of Health and Wellness. So the Division of Health and Wellness does everything from academic supports on making sure that students understand their health and their bodies. They also have been silent heroes as we have had to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. So all of those tests that were in school, that has been all of the health guidance, whether you loved it or hated it. That was some of them in helping our schools do and provide the technical support that schools need. So without further ado, I'm going to give it to you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm Tia Brumstead, Assistant Superintendent of Health and Wellness. I'm a social worker by trade, have worked in DC schools in both the charter and non-public sector since 2006, sounds about right. And I've been with OSSI for about 5 years. So really excited to come to you today with our team to discuss our standards. We are going to, I think some of this Justin has already covered, so I might quickly walk through some of the background so we can focus our time today on the meat of our discussion. So again, today we are here to obtain feedback on our amendment or our addendum to our existing health education standards in order to comply with the Expanding Student Access to Period Products Act. So we are going to talk to you a little bit today about what that has looked like in terms of the process that we've undergone in creating standards, and then the process that we are excited to embark with you all around feedback, continued engagement, and ultimate approval, and then our long-term technical assistance plan. Okay, so as Ms. Thompson has already stated, this board approved our health education standards in 2016, and those were designed to align with the National Health Education Standards. I'll note that the National Health Education Standards are currently under revision. So there are opportunities for OSSI and other state education agencies, as well as a number of DC educators, to provide feedback through that process. We don't have a certain timeline as to when the new standards will be published, but we are recommending that our menstrual health standards be supplemental or an addendum to our existing standards. And then once we have new national standards, we will then come back to you to engage in a more broad review and revision of the health education standards as may be needed. So the Expanding Student Access to Period Products Act of 2022 became effective back in March of last year at this point, because it was 23. And the law has 3 primary requirements. The first requirement is that LEAs and universities must install and maintain dispensers for free for use period products and women's and gender neutral restrooms. The second 2 pieces have responsibilities for us as OSSI. We must develop a sign that includes medically accurate information on the safe use and disposal of those products that will accompany the dispensers in our schools and universities. And that we are here today because we are also developing health education standards on menstruation for all students, regardless of gender, beginning in grade 4. And so you will probably hear me say today, menstruators and non-menstruators, to again stress the importance. We are 100% in agreement with the way in which this law is enacted, that we believe it is important for all people to understand the biology, the symptoms, the use of products, and the stigma on our cultures and our communities. So we're really excited about this work. To go a little bit deeper into the legislation, the health education standards on menstrual health, again, should begin in grade 4 for all students to ensure that students have the information, support, and the schools are enabling a friendly environment to help students manage menstruation with dignity, safety, and comfort. And we should include all of the components. So not just sort of the foundation information on menarche and on menstrual cycle, but also on various irregularities, syndromes, pain management, the use of products, different types of products, and really just all of the components. Okay, I'll pass it over to our health education manager, E. Taylor Doctor, to talk a little bit about the process that we have taken thus far.
Sure. So again, each other, Dr. He and his pronouns, and want to just kind of set the tone for how we've done the standards process, which began for us in the summer of last year with a robust kind of review of the national landscape of what it looks like for menstruation education. That research, those the studies led us to believe that there's absolutely no work like this happening anywhere else in the nation. And so we were starting with a blank canvas, as we typically do in DC, leading the rest of the country in our work. So that part of the menstruation education standards allowed us to then be very intentional and then be very focused on what we needed to see in the different grade bands. And it led to us having several collaborative conversations with key stakeholders, both in education and in healthcare across the district and in other parts of the country who've done some of the similar research to develop standards, like we said, from the blank canvas. And from there to October through November, we were physically drafting standards. Then in the late of last year, December, engaged those key stakeholders in getting feedback, revisions, and those are the draft standards that you'll be looking at today from all of that conversation. I want to mention that we did cast a very wide net when getting feedback. So that meant we went to hospitals, we went to universities, we went to DCPS, we went to DC charters, to ensure that we were getting as much feedback as we could around these standards. And we are looking forward to, in the future, as we go forward from today on, to engaging this work even more by ways of engaging youth, specifically that's the State Board of Education Youth Advisory Council, other youth groups as well, to ensure the students as well are weighing in on this and the importance of these standards. We'll also be posting this on our website so that we can also engage public feedback and comments as well. So that's the overview of what our stakeholder engagement process looked like. There's a list of some of the stakeholders there. It's much more, like I said, we did community partners that span gender and sexual orientation, as well as schools and health providers as well. So that's where we are at this point with the work, and the draft standards will be in front of you to review for further discussion.
All right, so for those who are not familiar with our existing health education standards, they cover a wide range of topics from personal health, social emotional health, alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs, safety, etc., and are grouped by grade bands. So you'll see here, even though the law speaks that these standards should be taught beginning in grade 4, the way that our existing standards are grouped are grade bands 3 through 5. So by the end of 5th grade, students shall. So you'll see here 3 to 5 grade band. It'll be up to the school to decide how and when they begin the education of such standards. So for our 3 to 5 grade band, the standards that we have drafted and received feedback on really focus on building a functional understanding of the menstruation cycle, the physical and emotional changes that happen, how to communicate with trusted adults and peers. We know that nationally, the average age for a menstruator to experience menarche or have their first cycle is age 11 and 9 months. So that's squarely in elementary school. We understand that we want students to be aware of the cycle, be aware of where they can access products, aware of what does it mean, how to communicate the changes that are happening, and to know that before they begin menstruating, so that they can experience this new biological process with that safety, dignity, and comfort that we talk about. In middle school, we get really in depth around the cycle, more about the biology, and around personal decision-making and analyzing influences, where we recognize that this is where a lot of misinformation can happen, particularly on social media, a lot of bullying, and also where our young people developmentally are beginning to start to see themselves separate from their families, or identifying more with peers, and might start to recognize that their families hold certain values and traditions that they have questions about, or that they may not feel aligned to. And so we really want to spend time in those middle school ages for students to really think about how menstruation fits into puberty when we're thinking overall around changes and values. And then high school, it's focusing a lot more on menstrual health irregularities, things that can come up depending on diet and other health issues, how influences around sexual health, around alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs could have an impact on cycles, as well as independent management of personal health, as these young folks are going to be transitioning and moving out, hopefully going to college. And what does it mean to then be fiscally responsible for access to products, how to speak with a healthcare provider if something doesn't feel right. So really just thinking about what comes next, also teaching what's going to come next, because as we know, this cycle spans a menstruator's life really until 50. And we want to make sure that our young people are leaving high school understanding what is going to come next for them. Did I hit a? Something? Okay. Yes. Great. So I guess we'll keep going through and then we'll come back and provide some additional time to actually look at the standards. I'll pass it over to Lizbeth to discuss our next steps in this process.
Thank you. So here we have a slide with information about the process for approval and next steps for the promotion of the standards and also implementation. So starting with the approval, with every first working session, also will be presenting a resolution for a vote to approve the addendum to the standards. And then in February, we'll also present the standards to the Student Advisory Council. And then in February 15, during the public meeting, we will be asking the State Board of Education for a vote on the updated standards. And after the standards have been approved, we will be implementing them. First, we'll be promoting them and making them available on our website, sending information to DCPS leaders, charters, private schools, and also health education points of contact. And we will also be sending a letter to health education community partners and presenting reports about opting and ongoing community hosted forums. And we will also have a menstrual health equity day. More details on that will be coming soon. So that will be first time happening here in DC. And then with the implementation, we will be facilitating informational webinars and training to school leaders to help them implement and answer any questions they might have. They will also be hosting technical assistance office hours for them to have peer-to-peer learning and also address any implementation challenges. And then finally, we will be evaluating the implementation successes and challenges as well. That's a little bit of the next steps.
And Lizbeth has also been taking point and collaborating with DC Health on the other responsibility in that law, which is developing the dispenser poster. So we can actually pass around a mock-up, has to go through graphics and all that wonderful things, but just to show again how we will be providing that poster available to all schools so that they can affix it to their dispensers and then also, really support engaging in conversation. And that mental health, I'm sorry, I keep saying mental health because that's been the space that I've been in from this morning. So Menstrual Health Equity Day is something that was launched in Minneapolis. And so we're really excited to be working with some national partners at Period and their National Youth Advisory Council to think about how we could use the first annual of those days to really be a big kickoff. I think the biggest piece for us is that this is a beautiful opportunity to integrate this work, not only as new and shiny, but how implementation and technical assistance lives within our core portfolio as we think about the work we do under the Healthy Schools Act and our ongoing core work and partnership with LEA and schools. So we see implementation as ongoing, not just something that's going to happen with a rollout of the new standards. I think here we are done with our kind of background and would entertain lots of questions about the process. And if folks, if we even want, I don't know how you want to do this, you want to take a moment for folks to look at the standards, or how would you like to?
I have some clarifying questions.
Absolutely.
I'm pretty sure other people probably have some immediate questions. I see what's going to go later. And then I know people are going to need a moment. So first, you said addendum process. You all just explain what an addendum process looks like as to what we received in 2016, both for the new members that this is their first open session today, and the members like me who are not here. And in 2016 to go through that full process.
Yes, I was not hearing.
Neither was that.
But, at that time, we approved a full standards package for health, for the health and wellness. At this time, it's TSN because the national standards that the board adopted are going through a revision process at the national level. We have a legislative, like a law that is mandating that we add certain components to our existing standards. And so by addendum, we're saying like add on, insert them to the existing standard. So we wanted to come to the board because we also have the law said that consultation with you. But then also because of your power to approve the statewide standards, we said, okay, approve an update with this requirement. So in addition to something that you've already. Does that
Maybe
make sense?
that does make, but maybe I feel like I should hear, what is the difference in process with an addendum? Versus like, because I noticed there's like no public comment period. I'm not this like really tight. Is that because it's an addendum process or is that something else?
It is. I think that we got a legislative mandate to do certain things on one small topic, right? This particular topic that we're discussing today. We also think like it fits our current scheme of the standards. And then two, because there's not a lot here, like we had to go out and do some of the outside research and sort of develop this on our own. That this was like exciting. We are going through our regular process with the state board. Session to public, and so we will do that. We will post some standards online and take public comment on, on these, and we use our normal channels to communicate that. So I feel like we're trying to stay true to the state, like to the approval process, but we did not do what we did for social studies. Like a local advisory committee for something so small as this, but you do see us making an attempt of trying to get input and perspectives from professionals into the field with some of our engagement and use of reference. So it's like we wanted to make this change in accordance with the law, but also go through as many of the normal regular processes that we do in sort of a large standard revision like organizations.
And is there a specific deadline with the legislation? I don't understand.
It says, correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, it says 1 year from adoption or 1 year from enactment, so I believe that will be March, like the March 15th.
March 15th. All right, other questions? Representative O'Leary. Representative O'Leary, I'm gonna go here.
I'm so impressed with your presentation for this, because you started from nothing. It could create your own model. Sounds like to me, and the model seems to be really something that's very valuable for students, parents, teachers, anybody. All right, as a father of daughters and father of sons, who this was never mentioned or ever. So I'm really impressed with what you all have done. All right. Can we look at this as something where you could take any topic and not try to reinvent the wheel, but start from some kind of scratch like y'all did, so that we get other things solved? You understand what I mean? Because I mean, I was just like listening to what y'all were talking about or what you did, sort of, and got all this information because the slide presentation was just amazing. But there are other things that we need to get solved too, that could be done just like this too. So it's not a question, it's just a comment. But I applaud you for what y'all have done.
Thank you.
So, am I?
That's like it, that's right.
Okay, good. So it looks great. Thanks for the standards. 2 quick questions. First thing would be, is who does the education? So is it at the early grades, is it just the classroom teacher? Does the nurse or allied health professional come in and do it? And then at the upper grades, it would be a specific health teacher. So who instructs the kids?
So I'll start with 2, that our health education standards were always designed to be implemented in the entire school culture, not just in a health course. We still have a lot of work to do, I think, around how does that look like in implementation when we think about educating and supporting a whole child. You're exactly right that often in elementary schools, students are not going to a specific health class period, health, puberty, all of those things are incorporated throughout their day in their block schedule or with their core teacher. As you get older into middle and high school and you're on like a course schedule, and then of course you have graduation requirements, they take place there. Through our implementation plan, what we're really excited about is not only to get these out and to work with our instructional staff and thinking about selecting curriculum supplements that they might need, but also how we work with our mental health. Now I can say it, our mental health staff, our partners through school nursing, through DC Health, and through our librarians. I mean, really, because a lot of the great materials that are out there that give administrator the confidence and the dignity they need are not textbooks. They're just great little graphic novels that have been written and are now available at Barnes & Noble. So how do we think about getting these things in our shelves, right? How do we think about what does it mean for a young person to be in the library and find a book that helps them address questions, through advisory, through a special day, through other health promotion, create spaces. So I think there's opportunity for literal instruction to really ensure that the knowledge is there, but also then go further than that and explore how this work really impacts school culture. And that's really where we want all of our health standards to go.
One quick follow-up to that. So I think one of the things that could be most helpful with this is that if a student, identifies after hearing the presentation, that they identify that one of those, let's say an irregular period or something like that, triggers in them that they're having that issue and they may have a health concern. What's the follow-up then? What does the teacher then give them a path to follow up on that concern, and who do they reach out to then?
That is wonderful that you said that. We actually have standards in here around ensuring that as part of the discussion, the teachers are talking about what resources with safe spaces are available in that school building. That's not something that we would specify in the standard because our schools are very unique, and we would give them the opportunity to define what that looks like in their building, but we set the expectation through the standard.
Oh, okay, cool, yeah. Sorry, I know others had raised their hands, but I guess we're going around. I also love that this is, say it again? No, I wasn't 3, but I just thought you called on me, so.
I'm sorry. Sorry,
I should be last out of that group. Yeah, you can go.
3 was actually representative.
Okay.
And then 4, 5, and then we're 6.
Okay, cool.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. 6.
All right, quickly,
6.
I'm not sure I followed about there will be a public comment period, because the timeline is pretty tight if we're voting on February 15th.
Yes, so we were going to post our standards and advertise and get public comment. We feel because it's not like our social space pages are 100 pages, right? We do that. Usually customary is about 30 days public comment, and so we'll be right around that piece. We would be open if the board thinks that comment period is sufficient from the longer, we can extend to a March vote and come back and go through the process if that is something that you want to do. But we did put February for to meet legislative campaign of the deadline, but we are in the range for it now. And then also you'll take public comment and through your channels as well. Through the people who come get public.
I'll wait my turn. That's what matters. Is that it, Representative?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
So I think this was already clarified by Representative Rose Thompson, but is this like starting up now, or was this already something that was put out there?
Great question. So these specific standards that name menstrual health education are new. In our existing health standards, we have standards that address puberty, that address communication, so similar themes, but they don't specify it as it relates to menstruation. And so we are very excited to continue through public comment to reach back out to the net of stakeholders that perhaps didn't engage in the fall to see if they have input for this, and then think about the long-term implementation. Our plan is to release and announce and promote this spring with an understanding that the ongoing technical assistance we'll provide to schools will help them get ramped up for next school year. So students in their schools might not feel it in their health classes this spring, but our goal is to continue to work with educators so that they are prepared to have it in curriculum for our next school year.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
Kind of, I may have not said it right. So like where it says LEAs must install and maintain dispensers or similar receptacles of free for use period products in women and gender neutral bathrooms, has that already been set in place?
It's in progress.
Okay.
We will be, following with this release, we'll be reminding all of our schools of their obligation to do that. Absolutely.
Okay, I have a statement of three questions, but I'll keep them brief. The first is the next SAC meeting is February 6th for the student advisory committee. So if you could just reach out to me or one of the student reps, just so you can get everything on the schedule and figure out the timing for that. Because I know you mentioned it in the slides, but that's our definitive date. And then I have two questions, I guess. Does OSI have any plans, any communication plans for schools targeted towards parents? And making sure any communication that is for parents is accessible in regards to like language and technology access?
That's a great question. I don't know that we have gotten that far in our promotion plan yet of how we will communicate with parents, but if so, we would absolutely make information available in our 7 most common languages.
And then is there any plans for any training plans for educational support professionals that are non-instructional staff, so that there might be a shared language about ways to talk about these things, even for people who aren't, directly like teaching these standards?
Yes, we have, it's in progress. We will be starting with our educators as well as our educator leaders through our health and PE leadership cadre and our teacher of the year. We also have direct pathways we're already planning for our school-based mental health staff, for our school nurses. And then I think from there, we will build out and look to our schools and our students to tell us where they would like us to focus in that space.
And then the last thing is, I had a lot of questions. I'll probably put it in, but this is the last one that I'll ask right now because I have so many questions. I know OSI has the role in developing standards, but in the actual enforcement of the act, whose responsibility is that? Because I know that is a question that I've had. DC Council passed the act, and I don't think I understand it yet.
Do you want me to take this one?
Absolutely.
Love it.
In many places in the law, it says OSI shall. And when it says OSI shall, that's a specific command for things to do what they're going to do. And we'll see how we're doing those things. There are places where sometimes the law isn't as clear as like who will do what, and sometimes doesn't spell out a requirement. But when it comes to school obligations, the role that we play a lot is for information, is for convening and reminding schools what they have to do. We were not given any additional powers than what were up here, than what were spelled out in the law. But for things like it said that schools shall put machines and things, Tia and our team will remind schools to do some, to do that work.
Okay, thank you.
Now.
There we go. So first, I love the fact that our best questions have come from our students. So I actually wanted to follow up from something that China said, just for clarification. You said that you would be reminding schools of their obligations. So that does that mean that they've already been told or asked that they must maintain or install the dispensers?
Yes, they are aware, and we plan as part of the broad promotion of the standards to start with a recap of the law and their obligation, and then be able to share the poster and the standards through that.
Thank you. The next one, I love that, once again, that these standards are there, and I see that we have the draft. But let's say that it's adopted. What is your plan for like curriculum development so that we can ensure equitable execution across our district?
So for OSI, our role in that is to continue technical assistance with our LEAs and our school staff. We don't dictate curriculum. Those choices are up to the local education agencies. But through our educational leadership cadres and our ongoing healthy schools related technical assistance, we promote not necessarily specific curricula, but we promote tools like the CDC's health education curriculum tool to support LEAs if they have questions around that.
So if adopted, this will be implemented next school year?
That would be the plan. We would be promoting it this spring and ramping up so that our schools are prepared to fully implement next school year.
Okay, and so that means it will be on DCPS and charters on how they want to execute this based off of the standards that you've developed.
Correct. So let's be clear. I think we go around the term technical assistance a lot. So what exactly do we mean when we do that? So
Yeah.
usually like, we do not give commands, and most state education agencies do not give commands of what books to read in representative rural areas in first class. Like, we do not do that. And we'll see some states taking different approaches to that now on certain topics, but that is not what we do. What we usually do is we point to good curricular resources. So Tia and her team and a lot of the health space say, hey, these are good books to use. These are good, we'll do it for social studies. Like, these are good resources to do. At our action civics work, we're gonna have to help build and support LEAs in sort of building this new action civics course, because there's no textbook on action civics out there. So we have in-house support to do some of that work, especially for our smaller LEAs, and then larger LEAs like ECPS have their own curriculum teams to sort of do some of that work. The other piece that OSU does a lot of is we have tons of convenience for educators. We're used to, before the pandemic, they would come into our agency, but now all of this is virtual, and we also have a new learning management system where all of our educators can come to any of our professional development over a wide range of services, log on and get the content that they need to improve their practice on what they need, whether that's for justice or positive behavioral supports, or how to do a certain type of skill, teach a certain type of skill in mathematics or literacy. And we publish all of that in I think a quarterly sort of blast through the artificial teaching fund.
Got it. And so I guess I just want to also just say, just for those who may be like listening, standards versus curriculum. So standards, I can share, but if you have definitions of, so standards being like the statements that convey the requirements, and the curriculum, like how it's executed. So the lessons, the activities, the books, the materials, and all of that. Just wanted to make sure, yeah.
And I just wanted to build on that, to say, that both Dr. Farabee, Chancellor Farabee, and Dr. Walker Davis have both reached out to engage. So there will be opportunities for you all to ask specific questions about curricula with those stakeholders.
Great, thank you.
That's the end of the Q and A.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to jump in quickly and also thank you for your work. I think it's really awesome that we're pioneering this as a city. And it's been really important. I am curious, just given like that, in terms of the resources, like having the resources that young women and girls need, is that then a responsibility that schools will take on themselves? And then OSSI will just kind of like make recommendations on like what particular resources like each school should have?
That is correct. That portion, that responsibility does fall on the schools. We are looking, especially with our national partners, our national advocacy partners, to their leadership and how they have supported such work in other states and creating greater awareness and greater accessibility.
One thing to add there, though, is that the law, so the Healthy Schools Act, which is the broader law that authorizes all of their work, does give us some grant making authority here, is in places where we see deficits into the in sort of health instruction. So we have grants for things like physical education, nutrition, all these things. So we do get money from the social tax to have grant opportunities for schools to build their capacity in certain areas. So if we saw it like a deficit in some of the construction, that's where we try to like shore up with grants.
I have a couple questions. Question one is actually about the standards. So some of the standards are written. I know what is the number? Someone.
Administrators or non-administrators.
Administrators or non, so they are written that you actually only could achieve them if you are administrator. So like, on this first page, 1, 2, 3, 4, communication.
Sorry, are you on the grades 3 through 5?
Yes, 3 and 5. Communicate with parent, guardian, healthcare provider, peers, or trusted adult at school with questions and or when administrating for the first time. I guess if you are not administrator, you can't do that. So maybe it would be helpful to review the standards with an eye for that type of language because the spirit is right. But like we want to get the letter as close as possible. I know our standards person some time to review, and there were a couple other instances for this, which could great. And so I know she has other examples, but that was the one that was like, oh yeah.
Great, thank you.
Pretty clear. So that's the first thing. Second thing, I am a bit concerned despite the fact that we do have the lovely Kathleen on staff, as far as that her position helps us with the review of standards. And I know this is not nearly as robust as what we have going on with social studies. But I do want to make sure we're providing like ample opportunity for people to tell us how they feel, so that we can be our best representative selves. I would also want that to drive as close as possible with the timeline. So I don't know if, I guess we have a conversation about like, is it a March vote? Is it a special meeting? Is it something? Because I do want people to be able to come to us at the February meeting at the very least, to be able to say that, here's what we think, here's what we feel, here's what we want to see. Because January is next week. And I don't think, I do want to be fair to our capacity, not limiting the people we represent being able to comment. Like, we want to be a good partner to you.
I hear you. So here is, we can work at the staff level on this, so we will allow you. I think what we can do here is, we are amenable to moving to March. We will also, make sure that there's an opportunity to get back on standard strand. Don't believe anyone on the council that's like March 15th or.
This is really one of the few times we would say.
I think we would be okay. And if so, I think we could allow forces to say that we're making a good faith effort.
We are happy to hold hands and jump and say.
So I think what we will, and we can continue to, we can work on this, the timeline, but we will do that and come back to you in March working session to talk about what we heard, the changes in our process.
And I will say all the February dates here, not the March dates, the February dates. So it'll still be done by every year and approved.
That's great. And also these 4 o'clock working sessions.
We're gonna talk about
Then
that.
the answers are just
Interesting. Because when that was on the calendar, I said, this could not be. I said, what is this? 4 o'clock, this has to be a mistake.
We can try to bring if we want. I know that I see Representative Bernstein has another question. I want to recognize that Representative Patterson has joined us, and I want to always make sure if Representative Chang has a question. And see. So first I should ask this Representative Chang if he wanted to get in the queue. I don't forget it.
I don't think he does. He's been texting me. He said.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bernstein, you did have a question. Okay.
So I had a question. This isn't necessarily about the specific wording of the standard, because actually I really appreciate how the wording of the standard isn't gendered. And I know this is about more of like external supports and not the specific language or the specific, capacity for standards to operate, but is there any plans for supporting educators and people in school for supporting like queer and trans students specifically who might be more heavily affected by the fact that they're menstruating outside of the particular confines of what the standards can do?
Absolutely, and that will take more place in our implementation plan and our ongoing kind of training, professional development of educators. As we know, that requires, different types of engagement for folks to kind of check personal values, kind of check their own use of language, to think about how it would feel for them as an educator or another type of supportive staff to engage with students. So that's a different level than what would be represented here, but we are very much working to accomplish that through not only the health education technical assistance we provide, but through additional school climate, pride investments, just there's lots of spaces in which, again, we believe the spirit of this law and this work can live beyond just health education classroom. Excellent question.
And will that be something that we can see, like, it's like a health implementation plan, or is it like an aggregated thing, or is it something that's going to take place in many different forms? And it's just
Many different forms. I'm sure I could get something down to a plan, but it also lives and breathes really just in the core work of this great team. And so sometimes that changes when we have community events or we have events with educators, and coming out of that event, we recognize that there's a lot of questions and a post survey or follow up in a particular area, and that might trigger another response that we provide. So It's really well going.
I actually think that's the first that it's gonna be our last question because we are at time. So thank you all. Thank you all for the early version of the working session.
All right. The minutes of 23 more. I'll be back for 20 of them, I guess. But please, Dr. Grant is looking forward to meeting with all of you. So please just to Alicia Hayes, we will get those calendars. Have a good night.
Thank you all.
No problem. So yeah, so we go back as well. Did you have the number?
All right. We are on this, well.
People to share. Yeah. We'll shift.
All right, so we want to thank OSSI for their presentation during the next 60 minutes, so get ready. Or maybe quicker, we'll see. Director Butler and the state for staff is actually going to lead a discussion and overview of the board current priority work areas of the state board. I did invite people to move around. Now that our guests have departed, just so it makes the conversation flow a little bit. So while we're moving, a quick overview. Ms. Kathleen Coughlin will address the social studies standards. Dr. Darren Fleischer will cover board governance. And Mr. Alexander Pugh will discuss the National Association of State Boards of Education Healthy Schools Facilities Network, as well as the literacy work. Each presentation will include a succinct history and context of the work, a current status update on the work, and space and time for elected members to provide input and or ask questions. We are going to begin with Ms. This is the meatiest one, so it's got 30 minutes. All right, so Ms. Coughlin will begin with you. We're followed by Dr. Fleischer, 15 minutes. Mr. Duke, 5 and 10 minutes respectively for those items. Ms. Coughlin, we are ready. We are ready.
She's done a ton of work digging into these hundreds of pages. She can even tell you what the grammatical errors are. That's how deeply she has gotten involved in these standards. And she and I joined the team on the exact same day and do staff orientation. So in just this short time, she has really jumped into her role and taken a hold. And so we are very excited to have Kathleen on board and excited for her to share with you all about this.
It's not gonna be like pedagogically my best presentation to be a lot of content to cover. And so we're gonna try to like run through a bunch of context for everybody and observations and then get discussion. I have a lot more that I can follow up with if people have questions or things they're interested about. But this is we can like kind of sprint the content and get to the discussion and then ask your full questions. Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
You like really forcefully have to push.
Agenda, we're gonna talk about the state board purview over standards briefly. So the current social studies revision process that we've been through so far. Some notes on the feedback and the social studies standards advisory committee. Immediate next step, and then sort of the rest of the process, and then I'll go over some of the things that are in the draft. Some areas that I have of concern or things that maybe they need to be revised, and then we'll have. Okay. So we talked about this last week, that this is the language specifically about the state board function. This is the state board health group, state academic standards following a recommendation by the state superintendent of education, ensuring that the standards recommended by the state superintendent of education specify what children are expected to know and be able to do, contain coherent and rigorous content, encourage the teaching of advanced skills, and are updated on a regular basis. And we're going to really focus on that last one today. But I also just kind of want to frame the conversation around standards. Yes, a lot of times it's what students are expected to know and be able to do. But during the social studies advisory committee, a lot of people talked about also thinking about it as sort of what students have a right to be able to learn in school. The things that schools cannot like deny teaching them. So just thinking about it from that other perspective as well. So we are supposed to be updating standards on a regular basis, but there's not like a specific timeline that we have set out. At this point, the current social studies standards that are being taught in BCPS, maybe public schools or charter schools, are from 2006. So it's been a while. I was in school at the time, and a lot of things have happened since 2006 in history, and changes in the way that we talk about history. And other states, some of them have explicit timelines for review, and on average, one of our former fellows kind of did some research on that and found that it was normally every 5 to 7 years, all of the standards would have been reviewed. And so we're a little bit behind that at 17 years now. And so the state board in a resolution said when they decided to take up this issue of social studies standards, that this was an opportunity to create standards that are culturally inclusive and anti-racist, impart important social studies content in the early grades, strengthen students' knowledge of democratic principles and values, and promote civic engagement. So that's something that was sort of guiding the beginning of the discussion, that almost all of the state board members who were there at that time have moved on now. So I think it's important for everyone to kind of understand that history. So far, this is kind of the process in general that has happened. In 2019, in March, the state board began a social studies working group, which eventually transitioned into a committee. And they met monthly, and then in July, in state resolution 19-7, which was the one that the quote was from, that sort of formalized its intent to review and revise the standards through the committee priorities, or the working group priorities. And so there was a lot of discussion internally about what kind of changes the state board would like to happen. And in April of 2020, OSCE attended the April working session and sort of proposed a timeline. Instead of a process for collaboration, because there's not an explicit process for how standards are reviewed in DC yet, from where here. But they have sort of asked or proposed that the state board's role would be first an advisory role to articulate values and expectations that the state board would have for standards, and then also to eventually approve them. And that was sort of what was agreed upon. In July of that year, the Social Studies Standards Advisory Committee began to meet. That was a committee that the state board put together to review the current standards and identify priorities for what the state board would like to see in the revision in that advisory role that also had identified. So they sit back, I think we'll refer to it, met a total of 10 times over the next few months, and then developed a set of guiding principles to sort of guide OSCE's writing of the standards and our review of the draft. Those guiding principles were approved by the state board in a resolution in December of 2020. And then in February of the next year, the technical writing team began to meet and sort of actually started drafting a new set of standards. The advisory committee recommended that it was not done from scratch, that it was a revision of existing ones, but those meetings were closed, we don't like that what happened. This technical writing committee process did take significantly longer than initially planned. So from the start, the idea was that public comment would start in December 2021. And then approval would be in March 2022. Obviously that hasn't happened. And we can get into later sort of why some of the delays. But since then, the technical writing committee has been working on the draft that we got in December. So on December 16th, just last month, OSSI released a draft and began a 45-day public comment period, which continues until the 30th. So just a couple notes on Social Studies Standards Advisory Committee. So as I said, they were officially adopted in a public meeting. And they with a list of 19 recommendations for how the standards should be updated to reflect the needs of district students and teachers. The intention was sort of for that to guide OSSI revision and the state board's review. And it's just something to think about, that these are the official priorities of the state board adopted when you're discussing the standards in general. Like the state board has an official opinion about what should be in the standards. So relating back to the discussion around like the correct capacity we had a question.
Okay. Would you mind sharing those 19 recommendations with us? You may have already. Oh, they are. Oh, great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So immediate next steps for the state board. We are going to write a comment letter to share with OSSI about our feedback on the draft during the public comment period. So this is kind of the timeline that I've laid out and proposing to sort of make sure that we get everyone's feedback within this really limited amount of time that we have. So tomorrow I'm going to send out a form to kind of collect your feedback. You don't have to fill it out. It's sort of like a space for general comments. If you have comments about specific standards, most of the questions are optional. So if you don't have a comment on there, you can skip it. But if you do have a comment on there, you can fill it. Then I'm asking that the state board fill out that form with any comments that you have by the 17th. And then we will sort of, but we will compile those into a recommendation letter. And then we will allow members time to give feedback, and we'll be asking you to sign the letter. And then we'll revise based on the feedback and then present a final draft. Can you wait? I'm trying to run through everything so we can get to like the discovery framework. We have the sticky notes for doing. So moving forward after that, the comment period goes through January 30th. So during that time, we're writing the comment letter. OSSI has a committee of expert reviewers. You can see what the people are on their website. We are also encouraging just anybody in the public to submit comment. There's a bit.ly to the standard and the form on the first page of this that presentation in slide. It's like bit.ly / as a draft and so we encourage you all to like do outreach. I know that you have some stuff in the works already around that. Social media, whatever you want to do, just to encourage engagement around the standard for the public, and to their opportunity to do that. After the public comment period closes, OSSI will revise the draft. They'll attend a working session or working sessions. I don't think it's, we don't have a specific number yet. And then eventually sort of share a final draft for the board to vote on at a public meeting. There's sort of a question about what happens if you do not approve them. Again, because there's not like a specific process. I don't really know what happens. We can talk about it. And then, so the changes that have happened, I'm just gonna go over a couple really high level ones, because I think Bernie's noted I have things that are like blind at it. We're gonna go over all of those, but some of the really big things. So first, the course sequence has changed. The major changes to that are pre-K is not in the standards anymore, because there's a separate early education and development standards. So they're just not in the person. 8th grade was formerly US history and geography 1, and now it's a standalone action civics course. So in order to make space for that, US history 1 has been moved to 7th grade, which was formerly ancient world history, like world history 1. And so, and 6th grade has been changed from world geography and cultures to world geography, which sounds very similar, but this course is like entirely different. So, and then there was an economics elective that there were standards for in the 2006 version that are not in there. I don't know. We can ask. The next set of changes is kind of around like reorganization of the standards. So you can kind of see it better. We're not going to like read these. This is just kind of show you what it looks like. So there used to be 7 kind of disciplinary tags that were put on each of the standards. So it would have the standard written and then say maybe like there would be like a little E for economics at the end of it. Now there's sort of more explicit. These are our disciplines, and these are kind of like the anchor standards under it, what they're calling them. So there's 3 to 5 anchor standards for each discipline. But it's sort of like more specific themes under there. And then previously the grades are broken up into like themes or units essentially. So for example, Civil War and Reconstruction 1860 to 1877 was basically like the other version of this one and the old standards. Most of it changed from themes to what they're now calling writing concepts is like change in terminology, but I think the term I believe is kind of like guiding questions or driving questions, but I've seen in other standards. So I think that's maybe an opportunity to think more critically about like what question are students attempting to answer here, or like what is really the goal, rather than kind of like a broad topic. This is kind of a breakdown of all of the standards in the new version. So most of them are in this new one called Inquiry Arc, which is really about thinking about asking critical questions, engaging in diverse perspectives like critical thinking, and like sort of civic dispositions. You can look at the list of like what they all are under there. That's sort of like a skills, I guess, sort of skills-based one, and then we have history, geography, economics, and civic government. But like a breakdown of all of them. Yeah. I also have one of these for like by grade level. I'm not gonna put it in there just because I have way too many graphs and dots. That's how I think about it. So another change is sort of in the number and the granularity of standards. One of the complaints about the previous standard, one of the guiding principles was to sort of think about the standards in terms of like fewer, clearer, higher. So there was a lot of standards in middle school and especially high school in the old ones, that's the blue. And at times it became really overwhelming to have like 150 standards in a grade. And so they're cut down a lot in the older grades and actually increase in the younger grades to kind of even out the number of standards per grade a little bit and make the younger grades more rigorous and the older grades less overwhelming. So based on like, especially in high school, based on having the amount of standards, those standards have become a lot more broad, or vague in the wording a lot of times. Instead of like a specific piece of content, it'll ask you about like espionage. Or like, instead of asking about like a specific battle in World War II, it'll talk about like World War II as a whole around specific. Well, that's something that we can discuss, but that's what kind of what they had to do in order to reduce them by that much. The next set of observations that I have is based on Bloom's taxonomy. I don't know if you're familiar with that, so I'll explain it really super briefly. It's just kind of a way to think about like what level of thought students are being engaged in a specific activity. So if you're asking students to just like identify something, that's a lower level of thinking skill. But if you're asking students to like evaluate a plan or like make a plan and develop it, that would be much higher order thinking. And so it's just sort of a way to classify different verbs. And one of the guiding principles before had asked for more higher order thinking. So the majority of the verbs that students were asked to do in the old standards were sort of on the understand level. That's where you'll get things like students will describe, students will discuss, students will explain, which isn't bad. You can have those, you know. But we have been asking for more of the students are going to analyze, students are going to evaluate things that are going to be more academically rigorous. And that's not to say that if the standard says this, the teacher could have engaged them in some kind of sort of higher order thinking, but it wouldn't have been required. And then the way that I classified these was like a lot of standards had multiple verbs in them. I just picked the highest one, so that's what we would need to be able to do fully. So this is the 2006 draft, the 2006 version, and we're mostly at the level 3 undergrad. And the new version, we have a lot higher order verbs on average. We're at the like analyze level, which is where we're going to see students comparing and contrasting things. That's where we're going to see them talking about cause and effect, and of course we're going to see them making connections between different ideas or making this distinguishing between different things. So it's not necessarily a comment on the content of the standards as a whole, but it's one way to kind of think about that. And it's one of the things that the advisory committee had asked people to be attentive to. So next, there's sort of a change in like emphasis in certain areas in the standards. So there's more attention to like issues around human rights, on human rights education, around environmental literacy, sort of thinking about the relationship between people and their environment, digital literacy, and like information literacy, and then action civics, which are all things that we have asked for in the guiding principles in different areas. So that's good that that is in there more. There is less attention to economics and less attention to the global perspective, and I'm going to get into that one a little bit more later. Actually, no, well, now. Later on the next slide. So there is a concern. These are things, when I say concern, it's things that are not necessarily aligning with the guiding principles. That came up with 4 things that explicitly heard from constituents about. So vagueness in the middle school and high school standards that to a certain extent seems necessary if they're going to reduce the number of standards by that many. I don't know if it's necessary to reduce the standards by as much as they did and have, so that's like a discussion that we can have. But the result of that is that, you know, we're getting things like that are just like super vague and people could skip over a lot of content that's not really in there. And sort of Another concern is that there really isn't a lot of contemporary content. So one of the things that people kind of said while the thing was happening and when talking about the revision was like, these standards are so old, like Obama's not even in there. Obama's not in these ones either, which I think is partially an issue with this and partially an issue with the vagueness. There's just very few people and events and places specifically named in middle school and high school. And we're seeing that especially with like contemporary content. And there's a lot more focus on like ancient. Also, the opportunity to engage with global perspectives and between its own right. I believe from that email about this day from a who is also on to that. But basically, sort of the concern comes from a couple places. One is that there is one fewer world history course, or like world global related course, and made room for that for this course. But most of the coverage now is more focused on ancient history, or it's focused on other countries or continents through the lens of the United States and Europe in response to like colonialism or imperialism. And there's not a lot of discussion of other places in their own right. So that's something I've heard from several people about as concerning, and sort of not aligning the guiding principle around fostering global perspectives in students and thinking about not just how we see the world, but how like the world sees us in different ways of thinking about things. So that's something to maybe think about. And sort of related to that, there are more countries specifically named in the 5th grade US history standards than in 10th grade world history. So it's that's sort of like a testament both to that global issue and to the issue of vagueness. And the number and granularity of standards, I feel like I talked about that a little bit like with the other ones. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong slide. In early grades, there are mirrors but limited windows. So what I mean by that, there's kind of like a framework of looking at education, which is also referenced in the guiding principle of education being mirrors and windows, but for students to see themselves and to see sort of into other people's lives. The mirrors would be like for yourself and the windows for other people. In the early grades, there's a lot of talking about your own history, your own like family history, your community, which to a certain extent is developmentally appropriate for students when they're like developing a sense of place and time and context. But thinking about the way that a lot of the schools in DC are very racially homogenous and homogenous from an economic perspective as well, that might not give students an opportunity to hear other kinds of stories that schools that are more like diverse might be able to. So something to think about. So cohesion and vertical or in alignment or vertical alignment across grades. There are a number of topics that are kind of integral to history that are not mentioned, and then some that are covered multiple times in grades. So it seems like there just needs to be more attention to thinking about like the coverage and also making sure that the standards go together. So the 3rd through 5th grade have a lot more specificity, have a lot more examples, name people, name places, name movements, and then we're not seeing that in the upper grade. So making sure that it's like a unified document is something that I think you should do. And then the very last thing is like the document that needs to be copy edited. There's a number of errors, and then also just attending to kind of clarity and usability. I think that that's really good. So I know that was like a lot, and there is a lot more, so I tried to like as much as I could. We are now on discussion. I have like 2 specific questions to sort of like discuss, but then there can also be like any general thing that you want to talk about. The 2 specific things that I wanted to like get feedback on was the board letter. So any thoughts on the format, the content, like how specific you want it to be, some other ones, the names will be on it. And then with any other thing you would like me to kind of be looking into probably continue reviewing the standards and amending them. Reviews.
I'm sure there are probably some general
Yeah.
questions too, given the overview. So I don't know if
Yeah,
you wanna
and-
take those first,
Sure.
and then we can. Well, I know we have, sorry, look. We're supposed to have 5 minutes for this section. I'm gonna acknowledge that I don't think that's what we're going. Given. So, my guess is we would just end up a bit over time for the evening. But I do want to make sure that people get a chance to answer their questions. So let's do 10, let's try to keep it to 10 minutes for questions and we'll revisit. If that's okay.
And you can always like email me additional questions.
Yes, Kathleen has hours, so
Yes.
she's our resource. The thing. All
I love
right,
it.
so and I guess I will stop. I'm gonna do 5 minutes for like general grounding us questions, and then I'm gonna make sure we do 5 minutes to get the questions you put in front of us to answer. Does that work? Yeah. Cool. Okay, general questions. Let's get in the queue. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 1, 5. All right. In that order. Lead to 6, lead to 6. All right. 1.
First. I looked at these guiding principles.
Yeah.
I don't feel real comfortable about. I thought it was a great presentation, but I don't feel real comfortable about. Are we ready to put these out, because it's from, like, vague was one of your words. And editing was one of you. I'm an editor, you know. I don't want to put out a paper that's written wrong.
So let me clarify. So the guiding principles were published in 2020 and adopted by the state board. I'm referring here to the standard document that OSCE has submitted for public comment. This is sort of in response to the proposed standards. Those are the state board's the priorities around what should be changed.
So these guiding principles are not,
That's not the issue.
so I'm not looking at that.
No, you should look at them from that point. The rubric that we're using to.
I looked at it. I just, there are a lot of, you're right, and there are a lot of things here.
Yeah.
Have they been fixed?
Some of them, yeah.
And what was the reason for them not being fixed? That was Ossie's decision?
Yeah. So we can give feedback on which ones that seem like they have not been fixed. Or Ossie's gonna go back and revise after the public comment period before they bring us a
All right.
draft to approve.
So what, okay,
And
okay.
so that's. one
That
of the-
answers my question.
Yeah, that's one of the ways I'm gonna kind of frame.
That's great. No, that's good answer. It gave me a place to be.
So I actually have 2 questions.
Okay.
So how tied are we to our timeline? And I ask that because I really wonder if there's an opportunity for this date to be pushed back. Because I want to ensure that our families and our communities have the opportunity for genuine engagement. I know we have the public comment request, but I'm not sure that if I'm not on the State Board of Education, that I actually know that this is going on. And I know that most of us who are new, we did, a lot of us probably started looking at it before we were sworn in. However, I know that, we were sworn in on the 2nd. This was released on the 16th. So for me right now, I'm in the process of trying to set up some engagements with some schools, but that 2-week turnaround is really tough, really seeing what schools already have planned. And so my question is it possible to request an additional 15 days for outreach so that we can ensure that we're reaching out to our families?
So there has been discussion around that. The reason that it sort of wasn't happening, that it wasn't pushed back, was because the timeline has been pushed back significantly already, which is not a state board, not on the state board for that. And the intention was to try to have them sort of soft launch for the next school year. I think there could be a discussion if the state board wanted to have it with OSCE about their timeline, but that's sort of the window that they've said we would have to bring that up.
And I would say,
There we
I
go.
do know that Dr. Grant has emailed, I know each of the new members personally to ask to set up a meeting with her. that invite is a direct line for you to say, me and my constituents need more time. But I don't know if they are going to extend it beyond the 45 days. I think you can make that request. But that's just a public comment period that I don't know, we don't have the authority to extend it, but we can make the request. It's obviously public comment period.
But to speak, Jermaine, to what you were just saying, I understand that it's been pushed back, but that was more so of a process of why we pushed back. I don't feel like that should be reflected in us being able to engage you community. Because just because you're late with something, why do we have less time to engage our community? And so that's where my problem lies, and kind of understanding what Representative Best is saying.
So I think that is something that we could ask, and that I hear the concern in there. That would just mean that probably we couldn't launch the standards next school year, just because LEAs wouldn't have time to develop curriculum and train teachers and things. If that's something that we would like to advocate for, then the state board can act.
Which is why I only asked for 15 days.
It didn't have to be 15 days. The thing is that we waited a long time for the document.
Yeah.
That was Ossie's. But,
Can I ask? So we still will have new business for board business stuff. I want to make sure we get the content stuff we need to understand from Kathleen. We can talk about the timeline and how we want to proceed and what we want to ask for. I'm going to propose in the new business part. Because we actually have a new business, so for new members, we have a new business section to our meeting. And in the new business section, we talk about member business. So is it okay if we table the discussion around the timeline for that, so we can get the rest of the questions around the content and the feedback Kathleen needs for the letter? Because I'm assuming this is one of the pieces of feedback for the letter that needs going over. There might be others. Is that okay? Because I have a feeling we could go all the way down this rabbit hole, and we will.
Yeah,
I need to do the second question.
Yes.
I'm trying to determine if that is a new business question or if it's related to that. So,
Is it for Kathleen or is it for us?
And then
Yeah,
if it's new business, we can.
no, I guess I can ask it during new business, I believe, yeah.
Okay. Sure. Yes.
All right, so like from what I see, there are two options for us, and that's approve and deny, meaning that if we don't approve, then there's a chance that this dies, and who knows when it's coming back, thus defeating our call for ensuring standards are updated on a regular basis, which you shared. Is there other options, or can we create another option that allows us to continue this work on this document if we don't feel that we're comfortable with it where it is right now, but believe that it is on the right path and our students do deserve to have these updated standards since it's been 17 years?
So I think potentially, yes, but maybe not. So that part of the issue that there is with the process, part of the reason that I was hired is because there is no specific process that's delineated and codified around what the standards review process looks like. So this is sort of the plan that, Aussie and the state board came up with around what the social studies standard revision would look like, but there isn't like a standardized standard revision process in DC. And so I think one thing, if we develop a process, which is sort of the intention after this sort of review of how it went and create a process, is to talk about revision and feedback being more iterative. I had already been. So maybe I bring it up.
When will the expert reviewers give their comments? Because I imagine there are 10 of them and they're gonna have substantial revisions.
So I think my understanding is that's also happening during the public comment period. I don't know. To my knowledge, we won't see what they say.
Okay. I mean, I can't imagine that being a quick process. Like they're gonna have a lot to respond to.
I think that would be another question that we can ask. There's not a ton of information about their work.
Just a point, like I set up a meeting with Dr. Grant, but it's not till like End of February, so that's not really a.
Right. I know I can't remember this slide.
Okay.
You can go.
Oh, I've heard, okay, so just first of all, I'm fine with waiting a year on this to get it right, so that if we do it, I'm 100% on board with waiting. The two quick questions on this. I'm also glad to see environmental literacy in there. I think that's really important. Economics, that you said that's kind of being peeled back. I know the council's talked a lot about, they've talked a lot about financial literacy and
Yeah.
personal economics. Are they scaling it back in the social studies curriculum because it's being presented elsewhere, or how does that?
I don't have
fit in?
anything about Aussie's reasoning. I did have questions around the reduction in economics. I got a lot of extra slides that were about for discussion. So the rest of the pie is very hard to see on here. It's much easier to see on my computer. But in the old standards, about 13.5% of them were coded as economics related standards. And these ones, about 6%. In the old ones, they did code them often with more than one like discipline. And in this draft, everyone is only listed under one. That would be maybe why there would be a little bit of reduction, but I think probably by half is not. Doesn't sound. I think that's also another question. I don't know why the economics elective is not in there and why overall, because that's not what it was. Overall it has been reduced, and whether that's related to financial, I don't know. We would have that thought.
Okay, that's great. And then just lastly here is, how does this sync up with textbooks the district would purchase? Because I mean, I would think a lot of your standards, the teachers, you're not gonna ask them to create the curriculum individually from scratch, so they're working off of textbooks. So how do we ensure that what we're putting in place to these standards is actually available for teachers, so they don't have to then, create a lot of this material themselves to meet the standards? Like, how does that work?
Okay, so there's a couple of things. It is the LEA's responsibility to create a curriculum that aligns with the standards. So particularly around like the action civics course, that's something that would need to be either written through DCPS and through the charter LEAs, or something that they could like purchase a course that had already been made if it aligns with the standards. There has also been some discussion around like community organizations and other places to get resources for teachers around, particularly there's a lot of things that there may or may not be like curriculum out there about related to like Piscataway and Apostle, like Native Americans in this region. There's probably like not as much about that as maybe like more religion. So there's a lot of community organizations that could be involved in that, but it's not the state board's job to like do the curriculum. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm just worried about the cart before the horse on this. I mean, we're setting standards and saying, teachers, you got to go do this. But
So
then,
the
like,
LEAs would have to have the curriculum first.
okay, sorry, I'll let you go. I know you.
No, we should clarify. So, set standards, adopt curriculum, purchase, instructional materials. That's the order it happens in. One of the reasons there's a tension with the timeline is the question of when do we expect this to happen in schools? Because you also want to give enough lead time, to your point, for people to create the curriculum, the standards on that curriculum, and to be able to purchase all the things, and to be able to train all the people on what the new standards are, how to access the curriculum, and all the support. So like all of that needs to happen.
We did in the Education Standards Committee in our last meeting, talk about potential timelines if public comment period was pushed, and the consequences basically for LEAs and other organizations. I can share those out. It was just like a different one. Regardless, it will be, I concerns about LEA's ability to execute even with just the 45-day comment period. But I think the intention is for it to be some of the soft launch in the coming year, but I mean, the state board can talk about.
Every single LEA, whatever they present, whatever they should get their curriculum. Is that correct? Who approves? Once, you know, standards are set and each LEA goes out to buy their stuff. It's all- okay.
So like, you need time for all of those things. Yeah, and I'm not raising it as that means we should do X or Y. I just want people to
Understand the
understand,
dynamic.
Yeah.
yes, the cascading effect and what happens first, second, or third, so for our other parts of the.
And then I will share, because in the last conversation that we had with Superintendent Grant and her team, some of the things that she explained about what their thinking is on the back end. Once the public comment period closes, that they're planning spring meetings with LEAs to think through what curriculum look like. But this is all after the public comment period has closed and they've been able to incorporate that feedback. So before May, they're looking to reach out to LEAs to do brainstorming around what supports do LEAs need in order to build a curriculum. And that in her mind, that the standards would be released, but not expected to be implemented until the next school year. So not this fall of FY 20 of calendar year 23, but of calendar year 2024. That fall.
25.
25.
24, and so that's what she's
So not that.
expecting. So it's they're building into their OSCE plan, sort of like similar to the health support, those learning support and how they want to engage LEAs to make sure they uptake the curriculum. A lot of that is happening starting in the spring after the comment period closes. That does not mean there has been a long enough public comment period, but that's their sort of soft plan.
So it would be 19, so it would be 19 years if we don't get it right now, basically.
If essentially,
Yeah, it won't be.
push it another year, yes, they
Yeah.
can be old,
Actually,
they get
But
older.
even if we.
18, 19,
Now,
what's the difference?
yeah, we're
Yeah,
still
yeah.
looking at real implementation
And
in 2024.
Right, that's the earliest, we're like, that's the earliest
Yeah.
standards to be in.
Are we gonna see after the public comment period, they take the public comment, they review it, and then do they just automatically start like going to schools and planning with LEAs, or does it come back to the board?
Oh, no, so they'll come to several working sessions and eventually present the move, I guess, for the board to vote to approve them. We will have to vote during a public meeting to approve the standards. And if we approve them, then OSCE can start with the curriculum, and technical support, that kind of thing.
They're just like connecting with LEAs is their next touch point of engagement around the standards after they've gotten public comment. And in that last meeting, Dr. Grant also stated that their timeline for even bringing something to us to approve at a public meeting session would not be until April, May. That's what, they're not anticipating bringing us a final, a revised set until April or May.
But they could probably still make edits, right? Like, even if there are things that we are dissatisfied with sometime in the public comment period, when they bring it back, but before we vote on it, there can
Oh,
still be
okay.
changes made.
So we probably, and it's probably helpful, OSCE will come to our next working session, but just like they did a slide that says this happens where, like, I think it would be helpful and we need to ask all the engagements not done. The public comment period is general. It's for everybody, it goes to us. That does not mean that no change, that's the only time to give input and make changes to the standards. This is again, not an argument for it being a shorter of a comment period it is, but I want us to know what our points of interaction are. After the public comment period closes, OSCE will probably make some adjustments, and then they'll probably also say to us, here's what we heard in public comment. They'll present at our working session. We'll give feedback. They'll go back. They'll do it just like we did with the community service standard. So I don't want to, I want to clarify that public comment is not the only point for us to comment and see changes. That still does not mean it's a substantive enough public comment, but public comment will close well before we have our final vote on the standards, no matter, even what is currently.
And we can give both line item feedback and general feedback, right?
As part of our comments.
Yeah, or as part of our personal comments or however we submit them.
Yes, so the place where it gets the line item stops is when we vote on the resolution. The resolution from OSSI is pretty much an up or down because we have the power to approve or we have the power to deny. At that point, the line items stop. But up until that point, we can give as much feedback at as many grain sizes as we would like.
Is there a set date for that?
No.
That's
no.
what we were just talking about that.
Like, are we looking at March time frame?
No, she said that the earliest there,
It's-
depending on the process, but no earlier than April or May.
April, May.
Yeah, the answer, is, but we don't know.
It just depends on the feedback process.
Right.
One thing for the new members, because Evan Rose brought up the community service standards. For the first time since I've been on the board, we made a lot of changes and had conversation with us. They made changes and then we had conversation again, and the final community service standards, we were very comfortable. Right, so that's where we are, I think, in our relationship with us. This has been very helpful, because I know some of us were thinking, well, if we don't get this done by January 32nd.
Yeah.
Then,
Second.
then, whatever's, they'll do whatever, that's not the way it works.
Okay.
Okay, so this has been very helpful conversation. But what we want to make sure that we continue this conversation until we're satisfied with the standards.
Well, that's good to know, because I just don't want to sacrifice quality for speed.
Exactly. I agree. So it's their immediacy. It took them a long time to get the document to us. You can see it was 2 years late. So if we're talking about a couple of months, we're not talking about any time.
I will always defer to Representative Others to give us the recap of the accurate. I want to make sure, so I had a similar question about the financial literacy and then like the economic scale back. So that's something we should follow up on. I don't know which hearing it was. There was a hearing this fall, quarter 3, quarter 4, where there was a specific comment made from OXI that this would be addressed in social studies standards. So we should follow up on that. Because it was asked, we were present as a government witness, and it is something that not just council members, but honestly constituents have already, it came up at the bar. Yeah, it was always a committee of the whole hearing when it comes to education, but we can go back and look, but OSSI said this is something that we would see in the social studies standards, and that was a question that was literally posed on the record. So that was one question. I have another question. But I can't remember.
Bringing up a new business.
I can't remember. It doesn't matter. Did you have another question?
No, I asked the question. Okay.
Did anybody else have questions for Kathleen about the content, and did we answer your questions that you wanted to ask us?
So I just had a question of the survey about like, what do you think about the letter?
Well, I also think, I feel like that could be new business though. I feel like that timetable in the letter needs to be, we need to get on the same page before we all leave. So that you can have what you need and give what they need. I've written it down.
Okay, other content questions. I'm gonna go to Representative Henderson, Representative Bernstein.
Was there any circle back to the advisory committee? Like, have they had a formal opportunity to give feedback?
Before anything can be approved in a state resolution, it has to go to the advisory.
I mean, the social studies standards.
Disbanded.
Okay.
But there were follow-up with it for me, because that was what.
And they
2
can
years
all
ago,
give
right?
public comment.
Many years ago, but they did, OSSI did follow up with individual members of the CISAC, and the teachers who were involved in writing the standards have continued to be a part of the process.
Yeah, so there are 4 people from CISAC who are on the technical writing committee.
Correct.
Or both. There also, I know at least 2 of the CISAC members will be testifying at our next public meeting about the standards.
And I think Alex gave me this idea about like including all of the public testimony as sort of like an appendix with our letter, just to make sure that is sent to OSSI. Because they have their feedback form, and like if that's not submitted to them as a comment, I don't know if they'll be like part of it.
I know there's no set process for standards revision, and I know we did a panel on that with the Ed Standards Committee. But if there was, that would be under OSSI, right? Like OSSI would be have to be the one to be in charge of setting standards for standard revision.
I think there's like a question around that, because we are also like involved and have purview over part of the process. And I think I think council has asked about it, correct? About the process.
Yeah,
Um,
it's been loosely.
but I think it's sort of an open question. I don't think we could unilaterally decide what it was. But I think the state board would be entitled to be involved.
Correct.
One more content question from me. How does this sync up with what we would be looking at for students who want to take AP courses? So, I'm,
Question I have, and I don't.
you don't know that. And excuse my ignorance on this question, but like, do these courses, particularly in like the high school grades, then result in, like, we used to have in New York State, the Regents exam that was taken by students, statewide. Is there any sort of DC-wide exam for the courses or not? No.
AP courses are,
Yeah.
I'm an AP guy. And, they don't count for anything except for extra credit and grade point average.
And a lot of fun.
But there isn't any kind of, you're talking about an end of the year.
Yes, the associates with it. And so since you both have experience in the AP, like, do these standards then give students what they need for those courses? Like, is this set to match what?
I think that's a
AP
good
offerings
question.
are.
That is on my list of questions.
Okay.
In the guiding principles, there is something about sort of leaving enough room for teachers to have flexibility so that someone who is teaching AP could, could use those standards to teach that course.
Or IB or whatever.
Or IB, or like a Montessori teacher could use that, could still use these standards, but with their particular pedagogical methods, or, so there is, I am not like an expert on every single one of those teaching methods. So it's something that we can maybe solicit comments from people who have that particular experience. There is a guiding principle talking about that, and that's a question.
I would just add, like, as a current like AP government teacher, these would inform what students learn before they get to class, but like, I have a totally different course and exam description that we're doing because you're teaching to a particular test.
Exactly.
So like this, like, I'm gonna follow the AP schedule because that's what's gonna best help students do well on the AP test.
So
And
in theory, those should line up.
And the AP standards are much higher than, so, that's not a problem.
I think one way to think about the statewide standards is as kind of like a floor, right? Like rather than the ceiling. So like AP might have like a little bit of a higher expectation, but you in theory would do like both, right? Through your course.
And then the question you posed though, like, in terms of what could it look like to create a set of assessments so that there is greater accountability across the district, is an interesting question to me, because I mean, I grew up in Ohio, and in 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, every social studies class, we took an end of the year test. So like, there was accountability in that way, and especially with 55 different LEAs for charter schools, right? That's why I'm not worried about the rush of the implementation, because charter schools are going to implement it how they want anyways. So like, why don't we support with some assessments that can then potentially align with the statements as well? Even if that's not something we can do, I'm not saying like the state board itself, but in terms of a citywide conversation.
And it is 6:31. You told me 6:07, that conversation was supposed to be over. I'm telling you all because we can continue to talk about this, but we also still have 3 other bodies of work to review. And we're gonna want to talk about timeline stuff in your business. So you might, I don't know if you're part, but yeah, I hope you use Spark Mobile and can add additional money right now.
So, yeah, I'll send an email tomorrow with like the form, just kind of collect your comments. Just generally within the next week. You have other, you can submit the form more than once if you think of something after you submit it. And then just sort of like more information, I know, but like on sort of background, like links to different things where you can see like this is OSFI's proposed, like the OSFI's that have proposed collaboration timeline, I can link that to it. There's like a bunch of other stuff, and feel free to respond to questions. You also have my work phone number now, so you can call me during work hours. And yes,
I know about this. We talk a lot about engagement. Are there materials or things for members to support us in engaging the public?
there are a couple of things that I know I have posted.
Oh, no.
No,
Not
not that kind of thing. Okay.
I mean,
like a one pager.
Like, okay, so there's,
What do you think?
okay, so let's assume that most people are not going to read 150 pages of social studies standards. And let's also assume that people have opinions about what their children learn.
Yeah.
Is there maybe like a roadshow version that members could use to say, so would you like the roadshow version? I guess
Yes.
that's the question.
I don't think OSFI is part of this one. There is like a page on their website. I have like an overview. I don't think it's the kind of like promotional material.
That's promotion.
I mean, not like promotional, but like public
We can
facing.
talk about it, engagement.
Yeah.
More like a, this is, here's what's in, like, here's what our principles were, here's what's in the standards, here's where we would like feedback like around some of the things, like, here's how it's changed. Like, some of this probably could be repurposed, for that.
There is not one, but
Okay.
So I guess the question is letting us know what you need to be filed. That's important. It
I-
does not exist.
I would need such a thing.
When would you like it? That is also the next question.
We can talk about that.
Yeah, listen, I think that is like telling us what you need, then the team is able to go back and prioritize other things. Yeah.
Thank you.
all this information and then.
It creates a lot of questions.
Like, we gotta go, we gotta run.
Thank you.
All right, we're in. Dr.
Thank you, Kathleen.
It's very nice.
I don't know if y'all brought snacks, but I have some extra cheeses if anybody wants.
Wait, is it after 6? It's after 6. I'll take that.
Dr. O'Leary, granola.
Good. Okay, now.
You're so good. You're smacking it.
Like a shake.
I'll give everyone like a 15-second recalibration. And we'll.
Notice that, and I'll do that.
Okay, so the next part of this meeting, and certainly something for members to think about and discuss is the education governance report. For new members, this will be a quick introduction. For returning members, more of a refresher, but starting in 2021, the board governance committee, it was an ad hoc committee, was put together in a nutshell to explore ways to improve the education governance system in DC. And what I have up here is just 3 phases to the process leading up to a report, which is what I'm going to discuss in a moment. So there was initial feedback leading to key takeaways and then recommendations. There's a few linked resources up here, but you could also go on the DC State Board website under board governance. There's a timeline, links to resources, all of the reports. And those led up to
a resolution that was passed at the December public meeting. And so, as you can see, a lot of feedback was gathered. For example, in person, like a fall engagement in 2021, asking members of the public what's their experience with the education system. Is it responding in a certain way or addressing their needs? And even prior to this committee, of just hearing from people in the city and issues around the city and how to address that, how the education system can address that. There was a survey with over 1,000 people responding to that, as well as focus groups with about 22 members across wards, as well as the one-on-ones with Spanish-speaking individuals. That led to key takeaways, 8 key takeaways that members further refined into recommendations. And in your folders, you'll see that resolution that was passed. There were 6 recommendations in there. So for example, just a more timely reporting of data to the state board from OSFI, for example. But there's many more of that, but that's under State Resolution 22-17. Like when asked, it's like, there were also 3 exploratory topics that members could further look into. The next phase of this, after passing that resolution, is to write a report, taking all of this, making just a quick synthesis, making sense of how we got to those recommendations, as well as next steps for those. And that ultimately will be passed on to the DC Council to then make systemic changes to DC. I know Ebony Rose will be back. She's going to touch more on what the outline of this report is and gather feedback from you. So I'll just have to skip to the next one. When Ebony Rose gets back, she'll talk about that. But there we are. Okay. So we're on the outline of the.
Okay, so we are releasing a report, governance report. We did vote on the resolution in December. The report will, I guess, cover all the things in the resolution, just in a lot more detail. So it will essentially talk about how we gathered the information, what were the takeaways, because we did our best to make recommendations that were rooted in what we heard from people and solve problems that they had. As opposed to saying, hey, we're going to start from this place of what we want to see and working backwards from there, hoping we found the right audience for it. So the report will actually build on a couple of other reports that already exist on our board governance website, which talk about the surveys that we heard from people, the focus groups what we heard from people, the individual feedback we've received. It'll include some of the public comment as people have testified. So it'll really put all of that in one place, talk about the rationale for each recommendation, also talk about some of the, how do I say it, the delta between what might be currently true and what would need to be true to effectively implement each recommendation. And then finally, what for the case of, I would say the second bucket of recommendations, what are some further like questions or considerations we want people to take up? Because while we totally believe in the work that we did, and it was a lot of work that went into this, we also know that governance is a complicated issue. It is something that as you start making changes to one piece, you have to, yes, it has, it reverberates all the way through. And so we want to be very clear as we hand over our resolution to council that it also comes with a more substantial report that details all of the thinking of what has happened and what we believe would need to A quick note on, why that order of things. Things are not the will of the board until they're voted on by the board. So we needed to have, here are the things what we're gonna pursue as far as the resolution before we can have the staff sit down and do a full report. So that, it's just the way kind of things work out, because we have to do things in public, all the things. We're not like a bureaucratic agency that can do all the work behind the scenes. Hash it out and then say, surprise, here's what we think. Right, so, that, considerations and next steps for implementing each recommendation I've covered. You all as board members, because it doesn't matter if you're new or you're continuing, will also be part of that report process. Just like any letter or resolution, as far as like, our staff will, but really, our staff will do a really good job of putting together all the materials, drafting of the book. We've already have like an outline established. You all will be able to like review, comment, give feedback. And so that final version will be very much reflective of the members here as well. So don't feel like you missed all the things.
So, just very quickly on the timeline, and then again, well, we could open up for questions or suggestions. So the next step for this, starting tomorrow, is drafting out this report. Morelli and I will be working on this and just taking the key pieces, putting it together. And then that first draft will go to staff. They'll review it for a few days. Ultimately, that first draft will go to members first. At the end of January 27th. Look out for that in your inbox. It's very important for members to read it, review it. Your feedback is just very important. So it's not a surprise. I don't like surprises. So like getting that out, but also another reason it's so important is once you review it, it's going to then go on as it's going to be revised, and a second version will go out to partnering agencies like OSSI, DME, to the DC Public Charter School Board, to DCPS, to then for them to further review the second draft of this, as well as having one-on-one meetings or so on and so forth. But that second draft will be based on your review.
And can I give a voiceover to why they're getting a review of the second draft? Two reasons. One, because the recommendations have implications for them. We want to very much talk to them about what's in it, so nobody's like completely surprised. It's not a secret. But also they might actually have thoughts and considerations that we would then know and say like, all right, if we, for example, with the opening, closing, and citing of schools, maybe we go in and talk to the Public Charter School Board and they say, well, you all probably haven't considered X, Y, and Z. There's no reason for us to not capture that information. It doesn't mean we change our recommendations. But we do want to give the fullest perspective as almost like public comment. What we noticed through the engagement process is that outside of the very intentional going out with the surveys and the focus groups, when it came to public comment, it was really the people who always show up that showed up. And the agencies, for whatever reason, did not give us any feedback in the process. And I would prefer to have some feedback from them before we share with council, than to have no feedback and then they go to council and say all of the things, right? So it's not to change the recommendations, but it is to give a full context.
So partnering agencies will have around February 3rd, February 10th to review this and to meet with the state board members or with us, I guess. But while that's going on, shout out to Malayo. We'll be working on a communications plan for this. So they'll be ready to go once it's published. So once we get that feedback back, February 10th, then the final revisions will begin. and that final version would go out, February 22nd. And so that would be delivered both TDC, council as well as publicly shared. And would have our communications based on that. So that is everything on our end.
Questions? Yes.
Just one thing I'm a little concerned about, I don't really understand. It says create a citywide board that oversees DC public schools operations and facilities. What would that be exactly? And shouldn't that be partly our role? I'm worried we're diluting our role by creating a separate board to oversee like facilities. Would these just be people who, I mean, I just don't want this to stem from the temporary DGS issue, which, you know, hopefully gets rectified. But what was the purpose of this?
I can talk about it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so, our role as the State Board of Education.
Yeah.
Is actually separate from, what would have been, as people talk about, like, a local school board.
Yeah.
And we actually have a need for both. I know we, had that wonderful experience together. We could not name all the 16 statutory things that the board currently did. And there are things in the recommendation that would expand that. But there is also a place that, that exists in our education structure, which are local powers. Quite frankly, most of those local powers rest with the mayor and her administration. So it's not removing those powers from us. It actually would be creating possibly an elected body that is citywide, that does deal with the local issues. So the things that people come to essentially counsel about now that they can't do anything about, saying like, hey, yes, facilities, but also who hires and fires, like the superintendent might be a thing, or the food, like when people show up and say, our food sucks, or like all the things that are local, there's no place for that to go. And as we think about A, most jurisdictions, but B, our own path to statehood, we have to recognize that certain things are state responsibilities and certain things are local responsibilities. And so this essentially carves out those local responsibilities and creates a public elected body to oversee them that is separate. In our previous structure before PARA or before mayoral control was instituted, we actually lacked state institutions. So we did not have OSCE. That did not exist. That is like you need to have a state education agency. All states do. We did not have a state board of education. OSCE actually lived inside of BCPS. That would be extensively problematic now, given all of the charter LEAs we have. And so it really does separate out the powers as far as like local and state, and making sure there is elected representation for each.
And to speak to your point, specifically about operations and facilities, we kind of recognize that right now, when people come to us and say there's something wrong with the building, something's going on, that just goes to DGS, and it kind of like, it's treated like anything else. And the conversation that kind of brought this about, this particular one about, is like, there needs to be something that needs to be separated. Schools need to be separated in the whole sense of, like, you knew janitors were, you knew where certain people were, and stuff like that, and they were focused on that. Now everything kind of gets just jumbled in all together, and that's where that kind of came from. I want to speak to that. Schools need to be prioritized. They just can't be part of DGS as part of the facility. They really need to be prioritized in a way that is totally different than any other work order that you would receive on any other government building. So a lot of that came from those conversations and particular recommendations.
I would say, and also quite frankly, most school boards, traditional school boards, local boards, have the following things. They have budgets, they have budgets, they have buildings. This kind of stays true to that. It literally is the function of school. So why would we not put it in? And I would say the other thing, and you'll see this in the report, the recommendation, what we heard from families was they were particularly unclear who to go to for like the local issue. So like, they were like, I don't know who I go to for facilities or for food or for the things, and this puts it into place. So that's the one.
No, thank you.
Other questions?
Can someone just expand upon the thinking behind the Great Way for other agencies and how that goes around? Yeah.
I would love to, because that was one of my biggest things. Having been an ANC, I know that an ANC has even more power than we currently have, because something that comes before this, each government agency actually has to hope that you get a letter of approval from their ANC to move forward on any particular project, whether that's, building something new or doing a curb cut, whatever the case may be. That is not the case with us. We have no great weight. So when we send resolutions or anything up there, yes, it's nice and they know how we feel about it, but it carries no weight. We wanted to actually have our resolutions or something to have great weight. We wanted to be more statutory. So that when we said something, it wasn't just saying it just because, but that it actually they had to act upon it or take it into serious consideration. So that's where the great weight came in.
And that's really helpful. I guess I'm curious around the specifications of that. What other like authority would like that? Is that an approval thing? Is that an information request? Like,
It's a little bit of both. For example, if an ANC requests from the Department of Planning additional information around X thing that's gonna happen at the corner of 16th, then I don't know the exceptions, I get them wrong all the time. And H, which is apparently not a thing. But like an ANC can request that from the agents, and there's like they move up in the queue of response and attentiveness to do that. If there was a school at that same location and the state board member had a concern that they had with parents, there is no way to move it up. It could possibly sit at the bottom of this.
As we talked about this evening, as far as the public comment, we can request for public comment to be extended. Sounds like we will request for public comment to be extended. But also, and I was a former ANC too, right? I just have it's not like a bid, but you know what I'm saying? I served 6 years as the ANC. When you request something of an agency as an ANC, they have to respond to you,
Right.
and they have to say why.
Right.
It's different when I can just say no and no response, but like you would have to say, hey, state board, we don't want to extend public comment, and here's why. Which information is super powerful and sometimes changes the difference between when someone says yes and someone says no, when they have to explain it. So,
Right. And it shows the will of that community, because a lot of times, like I'll take public space. A lot of times I've been before them as an ANC and wanted a curb cut or something in a public space. And the first thing that at that particular time, Matthew Marcoux, who's chair, would say, well, what did the community say? Do they want this? They wanted to make sure that that voice was there and that the will of that particular community was there. So to allow us to have that same type of weight where agencies are actually saying, well, how does the state board feel about that? We hear this particular thing coming before you that involves education, but have you actually looped in your particular representative or, the state board as a whole to get a letter of approval or support from that? That was very important as an ANC, where people had to respect a community, just about respectability and everything like that, the will of the community, to say, oh, let me go back to community. So here's the reason when you go to an ANC meeting, you have everybody named Mama want to get on the agenda because they want the support of that community. And I think we should have that same type of respectability as individual representatives for our particular wards and as a whole, like a commission, so.
Not so sure what everything. Of course, over time. Are there other burning questions about this, given there will be a lot of back and forth on email about this? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Jew, I think you're rounding us out.
I think I am. I got my things, sorry.
No worries.
Okay, I know this is really, really small. And so I have no expectation that you're gonna read it on the screen. Or, but
You have a copy in
you have a copy in your thing,
if you would like.
because I can barely read it, which is issue number one. But I want to make sure you guys have the notes, essentially. So I am charged with providing two overviews. One is an overview of the work that the state board has been doing with the National Association for State Boards of Education related to healthy school facilities. The state board in September, I believe, was awarded a $10,000 grant from the National Association of State Boards of Education to help us facilitate work to better understand and equip ourselves to do work in the space of ensuring that students, teachers, staff are in healthy and safe schools. We are working alongside, I think, 3 other state teams and territories, because Guam is one, Georgia, Indiana, and DC. We are the official state team. They're actually, I found out they're not official. They're not official. Yeah, but they are still, like, Illinois, Ohio, and Maryland are also part of the work, but they're not official. I don't know why, but we are official. So there's a number of state boards that are doing this work. We are part of that. We have a $10,000 grant to help us do this work in the District of Columbia. And we have convened a team of about 7 folks to help us do this work. Vice President Thompson, Representative O'Leary, Representative Williams, your predecessor, Representative Soy actually sat on the committee. And then we have some non-state board folks as well. Jen Comey, who was here previously, is on the committee. Dr. Amy Estera from DC Public Schools is on the committee. We have Mary Filardo from the 21st Century Fund. We have Bill Dietz, who is a professor of health and school facilities at the George Washington University of Public Health. And we have Louisa Milan, who is a community schools coordinator based out of Mary Center. And I think she's actually in, is she in Berea? Or is she in, I can't remember what public charter school she's in. I'm blanking on it right now, but say at least we have a relatively robust group of folks that are working on this. We've tried to seek some involvement from some more charter LEAs, but have not really heard anything yet. So we continue to do that. The state board at its most recent public meeting, December 2022, which seems like eons ago, considering we have a newly seated board, passed resolution SR 22-18. It should be in your folder, but it does outline the kind of like the charge or the work of the DC based team, who the members are, and some of the goals that the group hopes that the state board can achieve before this grant essentially expires or needs to be expended, which I should have said early on. The grant period was September 2022 through June of 2023. So we have approximately 5.5 months of time left to have it deliverable. I think it was the intention of the DC team to put together a policy paper that would really stipulate what it means to have a health, safe, socially, Ebony Rose says it really well.
Healthy, safe, educationally appropriate schools.
Yes. And so I'm not going to go into all the details about the resolution, but there's some work planning that the group has thought about. Another important thing to note about this work stream is that it is our hope and intention that at next week's public meeting, so the January 18th public meeting, that we will convene a expert panel on the topic of healthy school facilities. We hope that some members of the current DC team will be able to help. I've also been in contact with NASB to see if they're able to attend and or provide some recommendations for us. And then I do know that both Dr. Fleischer, Ms. Coughlin, and Director Butler mentioned that at the SAC meeting on Monday, and Representative Bernstein, please correct me if I'm wrong, but there actually is a student there who raised some facility issues as well. And so I've actually reached out to them already to see if they might be able to join us in conversation next week. And so it is our hope that we will have a panel next week to talk about this topic. And that is one stream of work. And then the other thing is that, just for context, this team of 7 folks meets kind of on an ad hoc basis. We do not have a permanent cadence. It is a committee that sits outside of the traditional committee structures, which I know Director Butler will be talking about later. But we do have some kind of check-in points with NASB. There will be an all-team, all-state check-in that will be happening at the end of this month. And I will stop there, but that is the overview right now. That's kind of where we're at. It is a moving piece of work. It is a piece of work that requires a deliverable that's been loosely defined, I think, as a policy paper by the end of June. But what the contents are of that and kind of how we as the state board and I look to Ebony Rose and Representative O'Leary, how we want to expend those $10,000 has not necessarily been truly defined. I think we have some ideas, but yes, so that I will stop there.
Questions for the yes,
So you're gonna produce the policy paper, like what's the broader goal?
yeah. So the goal is, so right now we actually do not have decided standard was too strenuous of a term, but we do not have a definition right now for what is a healthy facility in DC across LEAs. And so we, knowing that the master facilities process is happening, knowing that the school boundary process is happening, we thought it might be a good time to have a standard for this and have it adopted as we are making those considerations for, as we're essentially we're evaluating our buildings, what's in them, and especially with the programming component, the educationally appropriate plays in as well, because we do have buildings where, and I think people get the terrible pictures they see on Twitter about like this toilet being broken or it being cold or hot. That actually goes beyond some of the things, or does not go as far as some of the other things we've heard, as far as like mental health supports in schools. It does not include like if you're like Bart was essentially a high school and an elementary school building. So what does that mean for the quality of programming, which is a huge issue for like a lot of charter schools, or things like school grounds and facilities. So when we talked about like outdoor learning, the variance of like how people were able really to take advantage and create safe environments for kids. And so given we're going to have these processes that are adopted, this is a way I think for the state board to contribute, be a value add to the thinking, and hopefully set some floors, literally, not like literally some floors for what are good standards of health and safety for our kids. So that's the goal.
I will also say, and I looking to leadership and Executive Director Butler, but I also imagine that, you know, former Representative Gasoy said on this committee, I imagine if there's any new members who this is of interest to you, that like, we'll get to committees later, but like, this is something that, you know, you probably could jump in and join on. It's very much in an active process, but a process where there's a lot of defining and developing. And I like this floor setting foundation really that needs to happen.
And we came from zero and really learned a lot in our meetings so far. I'm looking forward to it because we got focused as we were working on it. Because we don't know what we're looking for, but we know what we're not looking for.
All right, great, let's move next one. Boom. All right. Mine were only 5 and 10 minutes though, so they were already boom, boom, boom. But it,
Sorry, everybody.
no, absolutely not. Yeah. All right, so the second one, and I think Representative Chang is on the owl, and so he may pop in, may not. But the next thing that I wanted to talk about was the literacy work of the state board. And Representative Chang, if you hear me, feel free to chime in or add things as I'm talking. But this I've broken down into 2 slides. One, kind of the work looking back that's brought us to where we are today, and then the next slide will actually be forward looking at what I think the state board and Representative Chang and the Education Standards Committee have been thinking. So one, I think it's important to note that Representative Chang has been appointed to two kind of literacy focused committees. One is a NASB early literacy working group, and the other is the official working group through OSSE. The next things on this slide just really outline some important kind of like a timeline of events, if you will. So in November 2022, the state board actually passed a resolution also in your materials on early literacy priorities, and it really helped to codify what the state board's vision was to, or is, or was to kind of on this path. I will say that Representative Goulet, I look to you because I know your predecessor was actually one of the people who was really adamant about making sure that like that institutional knowledge, and I know Representative Wattenberg was very interested in literacy and dyslexia, kind of was able to be passed forward in a kind of official manner. And so this resolution kind of does that. And there's a lot of pieces and recommendations that they're related to teacher training, financial investments, access to data. And a lot of that work that got to that place is based out of a few things. One, the state board has really always had an interest in this area. I think going back to the Office of the Student Advocate has a dyslexia guidebook and handbook, and it's really involved making sure that students with dyslexia and other reading disabilities are supported. That is really carried on through the state board's work. It's been evident in front of council as well. And so I will make note of that. Other important things that the state board has done in this area, very early on, we actually convened a panel with some folks from Alabama, Tennessee, and Mississippi, I believe. I think some of you may or may not know, but people call it, I don't think they call it, Alistair may know, but like the Mississippi Miracle or Mississippi. Mississippi is a shining star because essentially there's a lot of issues with the literacy rates. There did some very heavy investments in literacy training in the state, and they've seen drastic increases in their literacy scores. And so we invited some panelists from, as I said, Alabama, Tennessee, Mississippi to kind of speak to the work being done in their states early on. Another important piece of work related to literacy is that I think it was in 2021, the state board was approached by OSSE to help update the educator preparation programs. As folks who attend the new member orientation will recall, that is actually one of the statutory authorities that the board has to approve those standards. One thing that the state board at the time did was really push OSSE to make sure that those preparation programs were going to be including coursework on the science of reading. And so that is another kind of key term and phrase that the state board has really been pursuing. And so that is kind of the work that has brought us to this current place. If you have any other questions, let us know, but I'm gonna go to the next slide. And I don't know if Alistair has any additions, if he's live.
Yeah, hey, everybody. We had our second task force meeting just this past week and started to get more into the meat of things. I think we've got a lot of work to do. So especially to the new members joining, would really appreciate your help. There's one thing that's very clear. There's no silver bullet for this work, right? So, but there is a lot of research-based interventions that are backed by a lot of our educators. And that's where I got these recommendations from to begin with. The challenge that is ahead of us is to untangle, I think, how those various elements get implemented at once and in tandem, right? So teacher training, updating curriculum and screeners, aligning state standards as just, a few of those puzzle pieces that need to work together. Otherwise, we end up with what a lot of teachers have told me. They get a training, they go back to their classes, they're told by the heads of their school that, there's no curriculum budget for them to actually get the curriculum that they need to actually use the training, or that they're not allowed to use the training in other ways, right? And I find that to be really challenging as our system tries to think this through. So would love folks help to move this work forward. And we've got another 4 weeks before the next task force meeting. So would love your input.
Thank you, Representative Chang. And I think that actually segues nicely into the next slide, which I now notice has a typo on it. It should actually say moving forward on this slide, not looking back. So if people want to cross that out and write moving forward, this is not looking back anymore. So no, actually, no, that is correct. Or never mind. Never mind. Wow. It is, yes, it is supposed to say looking back. The second one.
They flip.
But yeah, these are other things that I mentioned already. I will also say, just for context, the literacy focused work of the state board has typically and traditionally sat in the Education Standards Committee. Again, we're going to have a committee discussion after that, and I think that could be raised. That. All right, so now the next slide. Moving ahead, perfect. One thing that Representative Chang just noted, again, there's no silver bullet. However, I think there are questions that the state board and others have raised about, getting training and supports to scale, ensuring that there's full access to it, funding and things like that. Folks may be aware and familiar with the DC Reading Clinic that's based out of the DC Public Schools. Others may also be aware that at one point, I think 2 years ago, OSSI did offer a small, I think like $1,000 of stipend to about 80 to 100 teachers to actually do structured literacy training. Again, that was not to scale, that was for a select group of folks. But how do we get those types of things to scale so that more teachers are actually able to do it? One thing that I will say that Ms. Coughlin and Ms. Duffy-Kine and I are doing is we're also working to build and grow some kind of cross-state and resource partnerships. We have some calls lined up with folks that work on the letters trainings, that with folks that have been doing work in other states, just to make sure that we're really understanding the landscape. I know something that Representative Chang did not really mention, but some of the, I think, work is that there's a lot of technical stuff related to literacy. OSSI has a really comprehensive literacy plan. It's a 100+ page document, but it's really technical in nature, and it's not really accessible or digestible to a lay audience. And how are we making sure that resources and things like that are actually accessible for folks? But yeah, I would say that's really it. And then to the last bullet, just really advocating for the recommendations in the resolution and supporting Representative Chang on the work that he's doing as it relates to OSSI's early literacy task force. That's the literacy work, kind of where we're at. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Great. Perfect. Director Butler.
As we roll on, next section of the agenda. I think
Yes, it is. That's fast. Okay, so thank you to all the state board staff for your work and important information and presentations. Also, thank you for the members for the really good and engaging questions. Because what sucks is we prepare a presentation and it feels like no one cares. So thank you all for diving into that. I'm excited to continue these work streams in 2023, and we'll be sure to follow up with any and all of the outstanding action items. Now, we're going to finally move to those committee overviews as promised. Last week, new members, as well as some of us returning members, attended an internal new member orientation. Director Butler shared that the new member orientation was the first in a series of overviews that she would be providing. At this time, we will spend the next, I hesitate to say 40 minutes.
Yeah,
it's
it's
a lot.
should hesitate.
We're gonna spend some time in a discussion of how the state work committees have and could function. Director Butler, I would like you to provide an introduction of the current committee structure, as well as help with facilitation of a board-led discussion on the pros and cons of the current committee structure. We will close the section of the agenda with a discussion about future committee assignments and next steps. Director Butler.
Excellent. So here, I don't know if you brought your orientation manuals with you, but if you did,
She did.
and you have it on you, or if you have your laptop or phone, I also sent it already electronically so you could pull it up. But there are a couple things. So the first off, what are the committees, which, and what are they not? So the committees currently fall into two categories. The ones that are standing committees per the bylaws. And by per the bylaws, I mean their function and purpose is written into and codified in the state board bylaws. And then there are two current ad hoc committees that are not codified, but function, one of which has sunset and the date is on there, and the others are student advisory. That exist and have full board meetings and consistent meeting schedule. They have agendas, but they are not listed and codified in our bylaws, but they are ad hoc in nature, which means they can come and go. So of those, if you look, there is a document in your orientation. So I'm going to refer you first to the bylaws, pages 9 through 11. Detail out the responsibilities, but I'm going to go over them in brief for you. Because the purpose of this overview section is to tell you what exists, not to tell you what shall be in the future. I think that is a discussion that the state board members should have and come to an agreement on, but to provide you with some foundational knowledge as in the other content areas as the previous staff has done. So first, accountability and assessment. They monitor and provide recommendations on state accountability, school report card, statewide assessments, and the rules for enforcing attendance requirements and residency verification. So that is what that particular committee does. There are line by line detail in the bylaws. So I'm not going to read the bylaws, I'm just providing an overview. Second, for the administrative committee, which is probably the original standing committee in the sense that it was always listed in the bylaws and wasn't recently added in the latest revision, like some of the others. That committee monitors, and it said oversees, that's a very strong word. The state board budget, personnel, and governance. But that committee also has the most detailed layout of its duties in the bylaws and constitution. So they are very explicit. That is from even evaluating offices that involve the performance measures. The administrative committee's duties are very detailed in the bylaws. Education Standards Committee monitors and provide recommendations related to state academic standards and graduation requirements and oversees our literacy work. The Outreach and Advisory Committee monitors, provides recommendations related to parental involvement, supplemental education service providers, and oversees the biannual parent advisory group. Follows up with state board resolutions and proposed legislation. And then now we're going to do the teacher practice and school support. This committee provides recommendations related to the certification and preparation of teacher programs and teacher retention. Now the two ad hoc, so first for the student advisory committee. They meet monthly. I'm going to start by saying that. That committee is led by our 4 student representatives. They set the agenda. No, literally in the sense that none of the staff set the agenda. They send out the reminders for the meetings. It is a colleague in a room larger than this one, filled with high school students. And they lead the discussion, they get feedback on everything, like the last meeting, social studies standards, problems that are happening in schools, getting feedback on who should join, whether it's homeschool students, like literally, they would get into percent, it should be 5% of the total population. It was very deep. Again, so those meetings, and as a part of the work of the steering committee, not steering committee, of the board, they've instituted processes and procedures that I will be hopefully putting into the standing operating document for you all, that in order for a statutory resolution to come to a public meeting vote, it must have gone to the student advisory committee to get their feedback and input so that the student advisory committee can have their own statement and then pair it with an equity statement that is along the lines of the equity framework that you all received in your orientation. So the student advisory committee has become an invaluable part of the work of the state board. And there are already conversations about moving it from the ad hoc position to more of the standing committee position. So just know that is coming, that will be asked of you. So there's that. And last but not least, you've heard already about the board governance work and the work that they've done. Technically, that committee itself, which is why it hasn't reconvened, when it was written and created, it's sunset in December 31st, 2022. So now the work of that committee has become the work of the board and the work of the SBOE staff, which is really around the engagement and all the history that Darren presented around board governance. So that is the first set of overview. But I know you're wondering, all these committees, all the things they've done, all the times they've met. The committee meet over Zoom, so those meetings are not in person. They are available for the public to watch, but not to engage through a webinar format. But you want to know, and because you have all the time in the world, you want to sit back and watch all of them. We have a YouTube channel for the state board where you can go back and watch it. So there's links. So you can sit in your car, you can watch all of the committee meetings. There are hundreds of, I don't know what people, I'm sorry.
I'm waiting to words, whatever.
In the car because I have a toddler and once I get into my car. You, on the other hand, may have more free time to sit at your leisure or your couch. But all community meetings and record are uploaded to the state board's YouTube. And there's a link and you'll get a copy of this presentation so that you can access them. But even more importantly, on our website, and these are screenshots, on our website, you'll be able to go, and there is also a link to the page, which says meeting materials. And by meeting materials, after each committee meeting, there is a committee report produced. So going back to all the committee meetings that you have not had an opportunity to watch the video, maybe you want to print them out or read them on your computer, the report from said committee. They are available also. The staff. So and that's the thing. So let's talk about how staff work, committee work is done for the state board. So depending on however many committees you all create, various staff are assigned to those committees to work alongside the chairs or co-chairs of those committees. We set up the Zoom. I'm looking at, he's not in his head. We take minutes and notes, and then we produce the committee report after the meeting, and to make sure that it is uploaded to YouTube. But yes. And by staff, I mean like literally staff you see in the room. So it was the first myself, and then they got us sparse. So really staff. And I will say, and these are some things for you to consider as a part of the discussion that we are going to have next. On whether or not you want to keep the current committee structure. And by the current committee structure is that table of standing and ad hoc committees. Because there has to be some real discussion. One, right now the committees meet monthly. From an operational standpoint, I can tell you now that's not very sustainable for staff, because some of them, because we're small staff, are tasked to multiple committees. So they have to have those meetings and also do multiple reports and then do all the road shows, like if we're Kathleen and the Education Standard Committee meets, then she's also doing other work related to education standards. So just thinking about sort of the capacity of staff, that having maybe a monthly schedule may not be the best schedule, but that is currently how it is structured. But I say all this to say, this process guide and decision question. So in your handouts, you have for you, because you probably can't hear the question, do you want to keep the current committee structure? And if you decide yes, the stats are fairly simple, there's 4 of them. And if you decide no, it gets a little bit more complicated. Not complicated, I just said it's a little bit longer of a timetable. Because first you have to vote to open up and revise the bylaws, because so many of the current committees are written into the bylaws that were most recently updated under former member Parker from that. Yes.
So we passed about, well, technically we just had to begin in February, so we can just.
Yes, but like the before like Parker.
Before we added.
When we first
Yeah,
came on,
yes.
he was assigned.
Yeah.
Yes, yes,
So
yes.
very first-
Sorry, I forward update, yes.
Yes. So under President Parker, that was the first time all of the committees, except for the admin committee, were added to the bylaws, which meant that going forward, if we needed to change them or adjust them to modify them to align with current work streams, they had to be, that bylaws had to be opened. And so most recently, last year in February, the committees, the bylaws were reopened and committees were, I don't know if they're restructured, I know leadership changed. Reassigned. So their members were reassigned, but in order to do that, they opened up the bylaws and then they closed the bylaws. And so there's a whole process dedicated to that. But what this says is that if you're gonna open up the bylaws to change the structure, what I have here says, so if you don't want to keep the current structure, members need to discuss what changes into the committee structure and to the bylaws at large you want to make, and probably make all of those edits at once. And then that has to come before a vote, a roll call vote. There is no resolution to do that, but it's just a vote of 2/3 majority to change and revise the bylaw. That is written into the bylaws. And then after that is done, that a final version is needed, then whoever the president that is selected or elected at next week's public meeting will then, I'm hoping that this will happen, that they will lead a discussion with current members about who needs to be assigned to what committee and how that process should go. But whatever revisions you need to make to the bylaws, that you do those all at once, and that has to happen first, and then committee assignments will happen after that. If you decide to take the, or wherever you decide, but even if you decide to keep the bylaws in there, I mean, the committees in the bylaws, there still has to, the bylaws need to be approved and voted on before assignments can be made, which is kind of pushing the timeline too much. But that's all this is. This is why I'm trying to push this along, because I'm never announcing. So, I know so I don't know if there's really a third option. No, I know I have opinions about the things which we'll get to in the session, but technically we could also keep the committee assignments and do a bylaws revision process too. It's not like you can keep the committee, you gotta keep everything that's in the bylaws currently. I just want to acknowledge that before we get into the discussion. Yes. I have opinions, but that's my
And
opinion.
much like the council.
But I just want to be honest.
The
Yeah.
president, much like the council, chairman, president picks the chairs. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. Mhm.
Is there only one chair?
There can be multiple. Yeah.
There has been one.
There has
I
been.
was on one that for the whole time. I had Ruth the first year and I had, Emily the second year, on accountability.
And the number of committees can also change. So if you all decide you want to combine some of these or change the names, but ideally they should be aligned to what their statutory responsibilities are. Not the saying that everything needs a committee this year. There are some things that are in your statutory requirements. Maybe we just did a whole thing with teacher education prep last year. So maybe that, and like you said, if you want to go, you don't need 16 committees. And so that may not be an area where you want to have a committee for that.
But if there's outstanding work, you do want to have that.
If you would like, that's really up to you all to decide what the priorities will be and how you want to group the work together in committees. And to be thoughtful about how often you want the committee, they don't have to meet monthly. They can meet quarterly. Have you answered the opinions? I'm just. I mean, you're in charge of this part of the discussion, so but I'm burning opinion. You are very burning. I need to tell you. State board discussion, now officially on the screen.
Would you like to start us off?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so it shakes my spirit that we are required to open up the bylaws every year just to approve it. I find that just poor practice. So I would like us to look at a solution that is not one where we have to open up the bylaws to make committee changes and assignments. I don't know if that means, and we can, I am not a parliamentarian by trade. We can talk about what the language looks like, but the admin committee specifically has some charges that have to do with like the agency. I think that stays in the standing committee. I know the students have been advocating for and making case for student committee moving to be a standing committee. The other committees, which I'm totally open to just different configurations and constitutions. I would like them to, whatever we do, I don't think they need to be standing committees. They can either be ad hoc, which means we wouldn't have to make bylaws changes every week, just we'll vote on them when we need to vote on them. Or they can be things like we've done with like we've had the SISAC in the back, we've got task forces, we have all these different ways to do work. But I want us to consider what is our work and what vehicles get us there. Without every year having to have a bylaws vote on the committees. I also want to entertain and have some larger discussion around what changes we want to make to the bylaws. And I think it is incredibly important that we have standard operating procedures, because we do not. I've never been part of a body that does not have standard operating procedures. And we're growing up now. And so those are my like burning things that I want badly for us. So we can do our work. But that's my plea. It is a bit of a plea. That is my plea.
So I guess to understand a little bit more where you're coming from, what is the like, why do you not want to open up the bylaws to?
Yeah, so for me, it's just it's like a good governance practice. It's like you want to revisit bylaws, like bylaws are literally like the laws of your organization, right? I don't think committees have to be the law of the land. I think they need more flexibility than that. Like, I don't think it should be that, they're written into our bylaws. I think that's just what we did because we had one committee in there. I don't think there was like a convincing reason for us to make them part of our bylaws in the first place. But I think it was a good thing for us to try because we were trying to organize our work and ourselves. And I think they were a great baseline as far as like the statutory responsibilities and anticipating work that will come down the pike. I also know from experience, having been on several committees, that the intensity of the work, given the organization of statutory responsibilities, varies. So like, we had immediate things that were happening on assessment and accountability that needed a lot of member attention, a lot of staff attention. And then we had maybe important things, but maybe less urgent things on educator practice, right? Like, if we probably did not need to meet every month and being required to like constitute a committee, staff a committee, members have their time there every month when there were other things that were more pressing priorities of the board, doesn't seem to make sense to me. Not that we did, and that's not a judgment on the work that we did there, but I don't think that like bylaws are more enduring than the bylaws are more enduring than the flexibility of your work streams. Like, we should probably open up bylaws maybe every 2 years or something like that, in my opinion.
A couple follow-up. So I guess
You're technically.
Yeah, I was gonna call
yeah, or 2 to 3 questions. So like, I guess what are, because you said we could have flexibility over when the same committee meet, how often they meet.
Once, if you change the bylaw.
If you
Yeah, because currently right now it's written into codified in the bylaw. So like, if you decide you want to revise the bylaws and move the committees out and maybe make them ad hoc or task force, which doesn't require approval in the bylaws, you can just have you can pass a resolution that has the committees or in their ad hoc committee and to say what those committees are going to do. But at the same time, once those committees are over, if it's an ad hoc committee, it can end in 4 months versus a standing committee, which then it's right now it's just that they meet every month and this happens forever.
Yeah, the change of standing committees anyways, we'd have to change the bylaw.
Yes.
So if we made the change to move our standing, yes, anytime
Yes.
we make changes to standing committees, you have to change the bylaw.
Yeah, even if you wanted to remove them now, you
Yes,
have to
right.
update,
It will be a
change the
bylaw
bylaw. That's the question, yes.
Are there any bylaws requirements for ad hoc committees?
Requirements? No, it tells you, it describes what they are. They ad hoc
Okay, but
nature,
there's
they're
no-
able to make, yeah.
Right, that's all I want, yeah.
Mhm.
Or,
It describes what, and what's the difference between an ad hoc committee and a task force, and so they define them, but they don't give same parameters like they do on the standing committees. Because in the standing committee, they literally list out detailed line by line duties.
when were these 5 committees added to the bylaw?
2 years ago.
So we came on.
But then technically there was another bylaw revision last February. Because you had to update the committee members. And then and that's another problem is then it means you have to update them every single year and you can't update them at another point. Because it's always gonna have to be February, otherwise you're opening them up too much.
Which is the question that I have, that I want to point to. And I would like to get some input from Representative Boulay from the simple fact that the council consistently changes committee, move them around. And I don't think they have to go through the process of changing statutes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The council chair has some type of authority, however, it's written. And you've worked both for a council member and a chairman, I think. And each year he changes those. We saw the committees that came out for council members recently. They didn't go through a statute change. He got to assign committees as he saw fit, so to speak, or as needed. can you give us some kind of process of how that happens? And if that could be germane to what we're talking about happening here at the state board?
Well, thank you. I think that it actually would be really reflective, because you talked about every 2 years doing the process, and that's right now what council does with opening. It's essentially, its bylaws are the council rules. I mean, we have what establishes the council in DC code, just like we're established in DC code. So the council has its council rules. It opens them up every 2 years. And then changes are made. Now, the committees and their agencies that they oversee are written into the council rules. So those committees actually do appear in the council rules, but not every year. It's every 2 years that they're set. And the council chair in those rules has the ability to make ad hoc committees throughout the year. So if you really wanted to make this really simple for us, you could just have those standing committees in the bylaws, and then, you know, the ability of the board to vote in new committees. Now to leave your point on this is the issue of having to change memberships. So the council will have a separate resolution to change the membership and to put the membership in. So that way, if a member changes in and out, they don't have to change the committee structure and reopen the rules. So we could have two separate resolutions we approved or something. One is the bylaws with the committees we want to make standing committees in there, and then separately approve the membership of those committees. So that way, if something changes, you don't need to reopen the bylaws, and you don't need to put those in the bylaws. Because in nowhere in the council's rules do they list members for the various committees. That's in a separate document. So I don't know if that helps. We do that every 2 years, and
it could help. It would be that it could help. I mean, the other thing is in our bylaws, it literally says we're supposed to revisit them every 2 years, but because we have the standing committees written in here like that, we're literally out of practice with what our bylaws say what we're supposed to do.
Exactly.
Because we're reviewing them every year.
Right. So we change that each member, every time we have to change members, we change. Wow.
And I mean, we can totally have a larger conversation, and I would imagine that if you like me, you're like, okay, wait a minute, we've been in this meeting for 3 hours and 38 minutes now. So you might be running out of brain space. We can totally, maybe it's something we talk about as far as like, how do we undertake a, like, we could do I'm wondering if we could do maybe almost like a ad hoc committee to come up with a proposal for the group. Like to have a couple conversations that like that type of thing. Because there also, I know when we were in the orientation, I remember a couple people said, well, can we make changes to the bylaws? And I don't think we've actually looked at the package of the documents beyond committees. And so if we're gonna, to me, like if we're gonna make a bylaws change, we should pay attention to the bylaw.
Yeah, but I will say this, in the bylaws, it says that changes and recommendations to change the bylaws come to admin.
Oh, it would have to be admin.
Yes, that's what the bylaws state, in that detailed list of admin responsibilities.
Right.
It says that recommended bylaw changes come from, or I don't know if that's the working committee to.
But couldn't we have like some type of working group that says to admin?
We can have a
here's what
task
we
force.
want, something,
Yes.
yeah, because admin, so here's the other thing, admin has like specific members, like the vice president has to lead the admin committee for our bylaws. And then like, there's some other rules that I can't remember, but like that has a specific constitution, which might actually be different from the people who want to be involved in this process. Like it's actually restrictive.
I just got a couple of things.
We have a retreat, I don't know. but-
Because, last year, we had a lot of committee meetings. And the staff was exhausted there before we got to February 14th. That's one thing. When I came on the board, I was put in charge of the teacher retention committee. But our teacher retention committee had a specific goal, a report that we got done, and we had surveys and all that other stuff. And then I became in charge of the teacher practice and changed the name of it. But I don't think we need that many committees at all. And I think what Emily Rose is talking about is a really good idea, is having an ad hoc committee to figure out what committees are. But we don't need to be talking about it tonight.
Yeah, Well, and I think that was the purpose of this, is to have a shorter discussion to prime the well. Yeah, and so,
Right.
yeah, and that's what we wanted to lay out, was like, if you want to change this, literally, there's a timeline that leads you all the way to March to do so. It is not a decision you have to make tonight, but really providing you, like, use this opportunity to pick the brains of your colleagues that have been here before, take a look at some of the exit memos that members shared and those binders, because they also shared their thoughts on, you know, the number of committees, the structure of committees, and to give you sort of the full view of what is possible, what people think about it, and to begin to really think about, well, one, this group of state board members will be together for 2 years. Like, there will be, unless someone decides to vacate their office, this group will be together until December 2024.
Right.
So.
One last thing, Ken. There's one thing, I may add, if I'm correct. Before we did this 2 years ago, there was only the admin committee, and we added the committee that we currently have.
Right.
And we operated pretty well, got a lot of things done. You came on before then, if I'm correct, like halfway through the term and stuff like that, you
Right.
came on board. But we did that, and all we had was the admin.
It sounds like we had other committees. and
Oh, there are other committees, I can't.
It's not in the bylaws.
Just not in the bylaws. Okay. I just wanted some clarity around that.
Work still happened,
Yeah,
things
the
still.
work still happened, things were done, and there were committees, so to speak, but not everyone was listed in the bylaws. And what we're talking about is having to change the bylaws every single time.
And sorry, can I give you one more consideration?
Yes.
We're the ones who are gonna have to be on these committees. So think about too, like what you're hoping for your priorities, your work plan, all the things for this year. If you're looking at these committees, because we're going to be on them, we're going to do the work, and staff will produce the report. But we drive the work of the board. If the structure does not complement the work, it might not be something we want to adopt. And so we want you to improve because you are representative right now. And more than this opinion, but see yourselves, because you will see yourselves on whatever working structure, working structure we come up with.
I have an idea,
Oh, I love ideas.
because the new members had a retreat. Was it last week or the week before?
Oh, the onboarding.
And a couple of us were there, right? But I would recommend that we have a retreat on committees soon, because we don't have any committee meetings right now at all. Yeah. Because we don't
Kind of
have any
hash
committee.
this out, kind of what you're saying, kind of hash this out.
Yeah.
And we
Just
can
have a,
facilitate
we
like
can,
activities that get you guys to think and discuss.
we can have a,
retreat.
we can have a retreat.
This.
We can have a retreat and it doesn't have to be on camera or recorded or anything. And we can, because we want to work, we want this board to work like this.
And there might be other items we can add to that, like some of the social studies stuff, as far as like getting us 30%.
Yeah.
We can talk about that. I like, we can talk about how we move forward.
Yeah, and I do think, so like, one of the advantages of, again, not having other committee meetings right now, is that after this mad dash in January, this is not normal. It is not normal we meet 3 Wednesdays in a row.
No.
Because normally the staff builds in a week for us to actually do the work from the previous meeting. So
Yes.
members, please know, going forward, this is the only month, I think, where there are 3 meetings in a row.
It is.
So that is not normal. I know you seem like this is a lot. But just looking ahead, if there are times, we can send out this, like, if folks support that idea. And like for something like committees, we can do that in person. There are tools that I have that can facilitate this virtually. So just to think about that, and maybe we aren't all here in this room till 8 o'clock at night. I mean, if this is facilitated virtually, there are tools to do that. And then that's 2 hours, 3 hours just for that. Hopefully not 3 hours, because that's a good stretch.
But it could be on a Saturday morning for brunch.
But it's hard to eat brunch and get work done. Representative O'Leary, at least for me.
Okay.
I'm on your schedule.
I'm a vegan, I can eat.
I don't think that means you can eat anything. I think that means the exact opposite for you.
I'm hungry all the time.
Okay, I don't know.
This is why we're not gonna make this decision tonight, so.
Can I make a request though?
Yeah,
This is not, I know this seems like it's new business, but it's not. I will send it out. If you're a returning member, you have it in your inbox, but I'll send it out again. Soon. The addition to the SAC bylaws, I know it's gonna come up at next month's working session agenda, but I would like really appreciate it if you could give it a once over. So that by the time it gets to the working session agenda and you can send me any of your feedbacks before then, I can have a more revised, this is version 9 that I'm sending out, or version 10, something like that. So just expect that, and please check it and give me any comments you have so that it can just move like so smoothly through February and maybe through March and hopefully not past then, just so that it is done and out of my head. Thank you very much. I appreciate that you're going to look at it before the next working session and that you will give me feedback before the next working session, especially you, Representative Williams, because I will hold you to that.
Exactly.
I see him every single day.
Here's one of my AP coming.
Good to know,
Oh, man, I love it.
but I think that's the process outline of like meetings and all of those things are actually outlined in those steps that are in your packets that was shared on the screen. But I think this was the initial start of conversation that we needed to have, and that when we follow up with you in the next couple of days about options to meet to further discuss this, if you all could fully engage in that email dialogue, that will help us come to what that next touch point needs to look like so that we can prepare for the rest of our work for the next 2 years.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. So with that, we are done with committee overviews, and I turn it back over to Vice President.
Okay, at this time. I'd like to ask members if they have any items for new business. I have one item. Does anybody else have items? I know we talked about the timeline for social studies might be a second item.
I would put that on there.
Other items,
The social studies.
social studies, okay.
And then there's a third item here.
No, that's my one.
No, this social study, not social study, announcement from those seeking board leadership.
Oh, that comes after?
That's under new business.
Okay, third item is that, okay. But I have a,
Yes, you do have that.
that comes after that, okay, okay. That's not my same thing, so it's 2 items for new business, plus the leadership announcements. Okay, so my item is, I'm just gonna throw it out there because it's simple, straightforward. Our, I guess, previous colleague, our past colleague, Karen Williams, she sat in the work study. She passed unfortunately on Christmas. Her services have been confirmed for January 20th, which nicely align with our ability to pass the ceremonial resolution on January 18th. I know they will be, I'll email you all in case anyone knew her or wants to attend. But we would like to provide a ceremonial resolution to the family, honor her work and her service. So that's something I would like us to vote on in the January 18th meeting. Ceremonial resolutions, we don't have to have ready for the working session. So y'all know, don't have to have ready for the working session, but they are made public beforehand. People can make edits in addition. I'm gonna be working with Marilia to get the resolution written. If there are things that because I know I've reached out to the family. I reached out to some of their prior serving board members. I can talk to you, Representative O'Leary. If there are things that should be included, we absolutely want it to be reflective of her spirit and contributions. And please let me know. So that would be my one. New business item. Okay. Now, the bigger, badder item. Not that that wasn't important, but it's, we know what we're doing with that. The hairier item that we had to talk about, social studies, public comment. How we doing? Opening it back up.
Well, I'm gonna ask, is it about the public comment, or is there a second, or maybe second part of that question that's about the engagement from the SBOE? Like in terms of letter and
In the
engagement?
process.
Yes. Then we want to have a letter, and then there's like the public comment.
Thank you for that. So I think it is better reflecting what we heard. It's both a question of possibly requesting to extend the public comment and fleshing out what is needed to have robust engagement with the SBOE and our input. Right? Okay. Opening the background.
How people I just started out. I mean, I want to be able to engage people within the community. I want to put something up on the listserv to say, hey, here's the social studies standards. They've presumably been put up on a website. Maybe here's a summary document and things that you may want to take a look at with them. And then I want to be able to sit down with people in the community, probably have a Zoom meeting or something, and actually have people go through the standards. I've already talked to Ruth. She wants to sit down and meet with me about it. So I want to have time, to be able to do that. And what I worry is that if I put something up on the listservs that say, hey, above your feedback on the 144 pages of social studies standards, please get them to me in 4 business days or something like that. I mean, people are going to be like, what? So they're not gonna like that. And I just think there's enough value. If this has gone on this long, I'm okay with waiting an extra year on it just to make sure we get it right. I think the community will feel more respected. And it's just a tough period of time that the public comment was, because it was during the holidays and during a shift in the board membership. So it just wasn't a time that we were able to really engage in it. And I think we ultimately have approval authority over these. One of the few things that we do have approval to say no about. And since we have that power, I think OSSI should try to accommodate it and expand the public comment period so that people really feel heard on it. And and then we can wait a year if we need to. I'm not averse to somebody saying you're going to delay the year. We'll say, yeah, we want to make sure it's right. So.
Have we done this before?
What part?
Asked for an extension to public comment?
Yes.
No.
Yes, we have.
What was it on?
I know when they originally came to us with the community service stuff,
I think with the community service,
they had a totally different
yeah,
thing, outline, and we were like, yeah, that's.
community service wasn't a public comment problem. It was more of we didn't agree on.
But it was both. We asked them for a longer timeline, and more engagements. And we were like, y'all gonna have to come back a couple of times because we weren't on the same page.
Yeah, I think that what we're talking about is that the way I feel about it is that we need to take time to make sure that what we approve is what we approve of. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that, I don't think we should be wedded to their timeline as far as that's concerned at all. And like, if they're not gonna open up to give it to the schools until 24, 25, but we've got a window of opportunity to make sure that what we're approving is legit.
I was just wondering what to expect in terms of their reaction.
The thing that happened with the stars thing is that if we didn't approve it, then there wouldn't have been any more discussion at all. I don't feel that way with the standards, social studies at all. I think we all sort of, and not just us, but we all, OSSI and us, want to make sure that what we put out there is going to be something that everybody can buy.
I think,
Especially with a new board.
I think for me, I would just like to have the full 45 days for like the newly elected officials to be able to engage our community.
No, I agree.
And so, I'm not asking for 30 more days. I'm just saying I would love to have the complete 45 so that we can actually put together initiatives. So like right now, we're in communication with a couple schools. And one of them, we're having a hard time finding a date that goes within this like week and a half, because it's really just like a week and a half that we have that we can like get this information out, complete our plans for how we want to engage them and materials that we would need and all of that. Like, that's a lot to do within a span of a week and a half for us. And so my thoughts are, I don't believe that 15 days completely throws everything all the way off. Like, I've done this work before and it doesn't. However, I do understand that there is a timeline, but like Eric said as well, I mean, we can't sacrifice quality for time, because these standards are going to be lasting. And so I'd hate to be on the team that approves standards because we wanted to, do it within a certain time frame and at the expense of our students.
I don't see why we couldn't push it to end of February.
Well, I don't, I have a couple of I don't know how many there actually are, so I'm just gonna go with it. I know this is the first off line. I definitely hear you on the extending the public comment. I don't know if I have an opinion yet on like how much time is necessary. I know like I am a continuing member and I would not have so quit anytime earlier than now to have full and robust conversations about the standards with members of my community. I also have a whole bunch of schools. I have more schools than most around, like no for real. Elementary school, facts. I have like 10 high schools. Okay, I have more schools than most of, not everybody, but I have more schools than most of you. I have more types of schools than most of you. I also have more families because 7 and 8 and 5 have the most families. So I tend to have the most work to do, and it's difficult work to do. So I always need the time, and I need to be able to kind of almost deputize people to help me do my work. Okay, so I don't know if I have an opinion on like what the longer time is. I'm not gonna lock myself into that. I think with to partially answer your question, I don't know if it's a question or like it's a thought out loud or something as far as what we expect the response to be. I think one thing that I have heard Dr. Grant say more than once is she wants a yes vote. And I think we want to be able to keep the process going or moving forward and give a yes vote. And so what that would take would mean that we need to A, do more engagement, but also B, I think we need to be clearer on what the overall timeline looks like from not just public comment, but like, what engagements are we having and checkpoints are we having to know that we're getting closer to the yes, or something that would be put in front of us that we can get to yes for approval. So that is not no, and then we go back to, because I don't think anybody wants that. So what is like, we need for me, I need something clearer than what we have now, as far as the touch points to get to the resolution. So it's both of those things, I think, for me.
And I agree with everything you're saying. On top of that, though, I'd add that if OSSI is sincere in their timeline, then they should also support our process for public comment by making it easier for the public to engage with the standards. Like, so an overview, a one pager, a couple of different things. I mean, teachers create that all the time. Like, we're often the ones who are having to take, these massive documents and then make them into real life learning and, lessen the curriculum. And it's extra labor that they're not recognizing. And it makes it so that like our communities aren't going to be aware or meaningfully able to engage in this work. And it's something that doesn't need to be super burdensome.
It's not brain surgery.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if we can not take an adversarial approach, but just a more collaborative approach with asking them to facilitate that process by, making this more efficient for the public to understand, and then getting some answers to the questions that you think.
I don't think of it as adversarial. I don't think of it as adversarial. I think if you don't ask, you tell yourself no. So I think we are supposed to ask, and I think,
Yeah.
and I've said this before, representative is both our title and our job description. That's what we're supposed to do. So we're essentially saying this is what we need to do our job. I guess when I was hearing you talk about the late, like teachers and the labor and all the things, I think the other thing I have some sense of, but I want to be able to better articulate is like once new social studies standards are approved, what do the supports look like for LEAs and for school communities in being able to teach them to pandemic, right? And so I think that's the other thing that because people are gonna, and I say that not because I'm like, oh, I'm distrustful it's gonna happen, but I do think as we go out and we engage, I would anticipate that those are things that people are gonna ask us. Like teachers are part of our community, school leaders are part of our community, students are part of our community, and we should be able to be the knowledgeable ambassadors as far as what's coming their way, which also is helpful. Lee raised her hand, but I don't know why she doesn't. Yeah, I mean, too cool.
So I'll say something else too. So just then in terms of the communication, what does that look like? Is that something that?
And so, yeah, I was gonna say, so normally what happens once a month, there's a leadership meeting with Dr. Grant, her chief of staff, the deputy chief of staff. That meeting was supposed to be this past Monday. Right, and that was before we had this meeting, and so we wouldn't have had any of this information, so we asked her to schedule, that we scheduled with her after leadership was elected. And that was next Wednesday. And so I can reach out to her now. I mean, I have no idea who's gonna be our leaders next Wednesday, but maybe that next Thursday or Friday, and we can set the agenda and have the meeting and send that over to her team and have that meeting already on the calendar by next Thursday or Friday, so that once the leaders are elected, but that meeting's already there. There's some things that we know we want to discuss and I will say she likes to get agendas beforehand. It's not like you're surprised with agenda topics day up. So we want to give them, because they like to prepare, which is helpful for us, because they like to be able to answer our question and provide us with options for the things that we want to discuss. Yeah.
Makes sense.
So on this, Ebony Rose, would it be possible for us to put together a timeline that we want then and we think is acceptable, then to take Dr. Grant and say, here's what we as a board think would be a good timeline? And I think, Ben, to your point, like having those documents to take to the community, like if we're gonna do a community Zoom meeting, would be so helpful. And the ones to put those together should be OSSI. It shouldn't have to be our staff. OSSI should have something that to show, parents, teachers, what this is, like a summary table that's maybe 15-page PowerPoint or something like that. And I think that would be really helpful to us. I'd like to have that meeting where OSSI came into Ward 3 and said, okay, here's a Zoom meeting, here's our presentation on this, we'll take questions. I think parents would really like that, to hear from OSSI what these standards are going to mean for students at all grade levels. I think it's just really helpful. So if we could, give the superintendent, say, we got some concerns with the timeline. Here's what we think would be a workable timeline to make the public really feel engaged in all steps of the process. Hopefully they'd be on board with that. I don't know, what would you think of that?
So a couple of things. One, the previous, before the standards were released, the committee that was working last year created some timelines based on, I think, 60, 90-day revisions. And Kathleen, I'm looking at you because I don't remember all of them exactly. And so we do have that we can share with you all for feedback that kind of maps out what a potential timeline could be, because they thought about that, but before we had a chance to add the standards for release, along with the corresponding comment period.
I also have an engagement session that I've mapped out already that I can share with you. Oh, we'd love that. Yeah, be great.
I just have one comment, and if it was said, I apologize that I missed it. OSSI, when they seek public comment on anything, their typical public comment period is 30 days. It was 30 days for the ESSA state plan. It was 30 days for, what was the other thing that was recently? The attendance, right? Like it's typically 30 days.
It's longer.
And this was 45 days. Whether or not that was because OSSI did recognize that they released it over a holiday and they wanted to add those 15 days, or whether they wanted to actually do 45 days for another reason. But it has been past practice, which doesn't mean that that's right practice, that OSSI's public comment periods have been 30 days. I just wanted to make sure that that was noted.
But I also feel like it's also within OSSI's round to say, recognizing that more significant public input needs to happen, we would like to extend. So, I mean, that is definitely within their purview. And we should, if that is the will of the board and what you all are asking, we can bring that to their attention.
I mean, I think. So I appreciate you raising that, Alex, go from just like.
It's like his
Yeah,
history,
just-
like, yeah.
Just know
context.
what's what, like know
Yeah.
where you're starting from, right?
Yeah.
I also, I think immediately my head goes to, and we have not had a robust standards review. In a very long time, almost 2 years, right? And so, in the spirit of like. Us really have like so much good work. Like, not to say that the product is currently perfect, but so much good work has gone into this. And good work continuing to go into this. Like what, attendance policies versus like standards for K through 12. Those aren't necessarily the same type sizes. They're just not, so.
And this is history. All right, this is Washington, DC. All right, look out the window and it's January 6th. And there are people climbing on the walls of the Capitol. And, everybody deals with history. Like Ebony Rose talking about attendance standards are one thing. But this is an extremely important standard because it's tremendous change in what history books look like and what history is happening as we speak. So I think it's an easy sell. And when they came in with the health standards today, I mean, that was awesome. What they were talking about, the standards that they had set up and everything like that. And they put it together by themselves. All right, this is something that the state board has been working on with all kinds of outside consultants and feedback from the community and everything like that. We can't let that go. This was a major project from the state board. A lot of human capital was put in to what we did to get these standards where they are right now.
I agree.
I'll pass the plate.
Okay, I agree, and I think also, Representative Thompson, to your previous point, this needs significant attention, more than I believe 45 days can give it. And I think that was also true when we did the attendance policy. I think this work is like completely different and definitely a different bite size.
Yeah.
But like, I'm thinking back to like, was it like June or July of this summer? Like, took me forever to read through that stuff. It's not digestible at all. 30 days is not enough time for public comment. And I think it kind of like disincentivizes folks to engage with it at all, because you can't really approach this 100-something page document, however long, it was really long, however long it is, and like actually engage with it. Like, that's not possible. And a lot of people don't have like the comprehension necessary to understand documents of like kind of a more legal caliber. So it's not fair to put that onto the public without like a supporting document explaining the changes. Like when they presented community service here and to the SAC, they presented the like wording of it, the verbiage and the changes, and then what that meant outside of that context in an easier to understand way. Or it's like when they presented the standards today, these were much smaller, they're 3 pages long, they're easier for public to review. And I feel like there should definitely be some kind of way or some standard for them to bring stuff to the board that has things that board members can share out.
In an accessible way.
And are they just they're
Yes.
assuming that it's our role to do this? Like, I know
Well, I think
they've announced it.
I think it's tricky anytime I try to guess what somebody else assumes. I would say technically, the public comment, this portion of it is OSSI one. So I don't know if there's an assumption that we're going, about what we're going to do, other than like, they have to engage with us to get to approval. But it's not like it's our public comment period. Where we are facilitating and encouraging engagement, and we are responsible. Like the way it kind of works is, essentially, we handed the ball over when Aussie took it on and began to write the standards. And then the ball was in their court, and then they hand it back to us with the approval. So I don't want to speak to an assumption, but I do think regardless of who owns the process, the needs that Representative Bernstein is describing are still true.
But here's the problem that I have, is that when we handed the ball to them, they kind of like ran the block. And now they're saying, okay, you guys have this set amount of time to do this. And that's problematic for me in that sense. You know, I want to be understanding that they want to have a timeline and everything like that, because they want to implement them in a particular school year. But at the same time, if we're doing some of this stuff at this level, you can't just say, okay, I gave you the ball and, you know, with 2 minutes left and you got 2 minutes to make up 10 points or whatever the case may be, scenario we want to use. And that's where it's problematic. For me.
And all we're
We
asking
don't
for
have-
right now
yeah.
is timeout.
Right.
Yeah.
I have a problem specifically being a warding resident and how that plays out in my particular ward. And them being able to truly understand and present what's going to change for them. There are some groups that are structured and they have a lot more engagement and they have more avenues for engagement. So they'll have a better understanding of what's happening. That is not in place in warding and in other places east of the river and some other wards. And so that's where my problem lies.
And can I ask a clarifying question and then say a statement? Are the social study standards posted in other languages? Are they just posted in English in the way that they'll be adopted? Okay, so then that also raises a problem for me, because I think Aussie should have to translate the document, and if they can't, for whatever reason, translate all of the social study standards, because I get that would take a long time, their just baseline needs to be something to share with families who don't speak English. Because there are so many families in the district who don't speak English, and it's not fair that they don't get a chance to review any of the standards at all. And it's really hard to make that digestible if there's no because individual board members can't translate the whole document into Spanish, NMR, and Mandarin, and all these languages, because it's even hard to get it all communicated succinctly in English. So I think they need to have, or we need to work with them and communicate that there are some needs that we need to have. And maybe that's something that it would sound a little better coming from the student advisory committee than coming from adult board members, and that can definitely be something that the SAC advocates for. But the more that I think about this, the more bizarre it is to me that they are missing just the largest population, or not the largest, a large population in DC that just will never get to review these standards if there aren't people who can communicate it properly and give it the time it deserves. And you cannot translate it, share it out, and get comment in 45 days.
No, I mean,
And the comment form is only in English, which is another problem. Oh, yeah.
yeah, I wouldn't say, so my only response would be, I think it's true no matter who says it. We're not gonna use the students and shields to say what does person doesn't say this stuff, no, I mean, we can all say it, right, because it's just true. But that is it's true.
Hope they're watching.
Chiming in here from afar.
Okay, Representative.
I agree, and at the same time as I think about the challenges of actually doing that, want to share an experience with the comprehensive literacy plan and our committee's attempt to make a 2-pager around it, and how challenging it was for our committee to agree on what goes on that 2 pages from that 120 something pages, and how actually we ended up not agreeing and not putting something out. And so the work, if we're going to do it right, I think there is something to say of Aussie needs to do something. It is in a way, I think, where we can prove our value as a board to say, we, as the ed policy experts and as the people who represent our constituents, can be the ones who take that and turn it into a document that can go out and then can be translated as part of our constituent services. I would challenge us that, we should have thought of that months ago, and also how difficult that actually would have been operationally to do.
Well, we couldn't have done it months ago because we didn't have the social study standards. I think is the problem, because it was so far delayed that we couldn't have to say be done, and since we got them the same time the public did, we can't do like a 40, it would be a 15-day turnaround time and then 30 minutes for the public to review. But seeing how long that literacy two-pager took the standards committee to work on, 15 days is not feasible.
Well, okay. So can we do this? Can we summarize because and I'm not just saying this, it's like making this up from air because our staff always takes phenomenal notes, so things actually get captured. Please don't think you have to rely on any of our individual memory for this. But can we take the things that we've heard? Can we go ahead and get the meeting scheduled with Dr. Grant? We didn't want to have it before we talked to the board, so we knew what we were saying in the meeting, and we didn't know who sent it. I mean, I guess I could have gone by myself, but it doesn't feel right. So let's go ahead and get the meeting scheduled with her. Let's get the follow-up. So you all know, there's gonna be an email that comes out after the working session, which captures the things. We can decide which of those things we want to put like in a letter format, which of those things we want to make sure are raised like in the leadership meeting, and what other things we need to prepare and take so we can see that. And then we can decide on any like next steps. And we actually can, Netta and Brandon's emails, we can do much of that over the email. Because there might be other things that people think of when they see the things back. Okay. Last thing. Okay, I have words. As of wait a minute, no, not the right words. If there are no other, if there are no other items of new business, I would like to open the floor to any member who wishes to share or make an announcement about seeking a leadership position at next week's January 18th public meeting. There's no language here, but the reminder is we have two leadership positions. One is for president, one is for vice president. Am I supposed to like? No, we will capture. Oh, we do like, but like, do we do it in order or just? I can't remember.
The person say nominate or what?
At this point, there's nominations happen at the public meeting, but if someone would like to share, I would like to be considered. I will not, I'm to be treasurer of the board. Then the reason why you should vote for me for treasurer of the board, then that is that. They can make those announcements now, but there is no nomination process or voting process until the public meeting. Right. But if there was someone who would like to make their colleagues aware, yes, that they will be seeking an office next week, this time now.
So clearly I have blocked all of those experiences out because.
And it's also not required.
It's
too.
not required, it's optional. So if you want to surprise people, next.
Okay, so as people all elected to office, we all know you do not win an election by surprise. That's silly. You cannot do it. That's silly. I don't know anyone who's ever won a secret election. I'm not going to vacate my seat, even though I joked about it earlier, and I want some days. I would like to stay in leadership. I think I do a pretty okay job. So I would like to place myself in consideration for president as a returning member to the board. I'm happy to give like a whole speech next week if you want one.
There's actually time.
No, I know.
In the
That
agenda
I
next week.
remember, because I had to do.
For people to give speeches regarding their.
I'm not gonna hold you all to a whole speech. I'm happy though to have conversations with people about what they want for this year. Because that's important to me as a member and just understanding. And I think it was important when I was a member and I first came on. So I'm happy to do that. I'm less inclined to be like, here's my son speak at this moment because I'm tired and y'all are too. Respectful is important.
I would like to be Ebony Rose's vice president.
Do I have to do something?
No.
Is there any additional business?
Oh, I do have one thing. I want to entertain, and I could talk to you all about it, this working session schedule. I don't know if it's hard for anybody else to get here at 4 o'clock, but I was super nervous, not just for myself, but for the board. And so our working sessions used to start at 5 o'clock. I kind of had to work very hard, like block and then tackle, cancel some meetings. No, literally it was like, I cannot, like, and I have a whole, like many of you at this table, I have a whole nother job. And it's not keep telling your job, you can't do stuff. So, I don't know if that's an experience other people are having. I do want to consider going back to 5 o'clock for the working sessions. I also want to consider though, some ways we can have some efficiencies at the working session. Maybe we can get an email about what the new business is going forward. I know there's something Representative Chang has suggested, because I do want to balance we don't want to be here all night.
Right.
It won't be like this every time, because we clearly had a bunch of content to get out with but I also don't want to be sitting here with no quorum at 4 o'clock. That's not cute.
I would like to second that. It was very hard for me to leave. We have a brand new person in our organization that was visiting. And I literally had to get up and say, I have to go. And everybody around the table was looking at me like, okay, this is our new president at my formal job. And I had to get up and leave. And, you know, he was gonna be there from 4 to 5 o'clock.
I had to stop taking meetings at 3 o'clock. Right.
Can I third that motion?
So there is no voting.
I know, it's just facetious. I mean, I would even ask for 5:30. That may not be acceptable to some, but like, I mean, the idea of. Like, I'm gonna be starting a new job, hopefully pretty soon. Or doing a bunch of different things, and I mean, it's just tough to tell your boss, hey, 3:30, I gotta roll out, and then I'm trying to also get my kids from school in the meantime, and they don't even finish till 4:30. So I'm just speaking personally for me, and don't let that affect what you all want to do, but like, if I get the kids at 4:30, drop them off at the house, and then get here, I mean, that's like 5:30, and I just think that that's. We can truncate it, and I'll talk less. We'll truncate it and get out of here. But I just think it's just hard to do with a full work schedule.
I think that, I'm not a long meeting person by any stretch of the imagination. I hate long meetings. I don't mind. I mean, you can have a 5-hour meeting that's really fruitful, that's not hated. But I think that we need to think about the time at the end of the meeting rather than the time at the beginning. I agree. I mean, I'm retired, all right, so I could be here at 12 o'clock. But the thing about it, we need to go by our time limit. And we, especially in the public meeting. Because in the public meetings, the people who are speaking only have a certain amount of time. You know, if they have 2 minutes or they have 3 minutes, or we have 2 minutes or 3 minutes, then at 1:50 for 2 minutes, then you've got 10 seconds. We can't we eat up our time at the end of the meetings rather than at the beginning.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we can start on time, and it can start on time.
I would be the.
Yes, it was pretty sparse in here at 4 o'clock. I was nervous.
I was literally on a meeting.
Yes, okay.
We will make adjustments to the schedule. We'll give them public notice, which is required by law, open meetings law. But to say all of that, before we can do that, what this means is that there will be a new public meeting schedule as a part of the public meeting next week that you have to vote on. That has to go through China. So just FYI.
That's what I said today.
All right, that way.
Thank you.
But I would also recommend that we consider amending the hours of staff, maybe the next day.
Yeah.
Because they work all day today. No, but just because people may be expecting emails.
All right. So, as a reminder to our viewing public, the state board has returned to an in-person posture for its meetings. Our next public meeting of the state board will be held on January 18th. That is next week, in the Old Council Chambers at 441 4th Street Northwest. We continue to work on a hybrid posture for our public meetings, and we hope to be able to offer this posture by mid-2023.
Yeah, well,
Seeing no further business before the board, I would truly welcome a motion to.
So moved.
So moved, okay. Is there a second?
moved.
Second.
Perfect. We are adjourned.
Leave your folders.
Yes, yeah, that was an announcement. You are now allowed to take your photo.
Remember how much they used to beat us about folders?
I am serious. We counted for a whole year. If we let you keep the folders, it's only 108 folders, which is only one box. We can afford one box to 5 folders a year.
They did not let us take photos.
So I'm just.